Hello, and how are you all? My name is Aksik, aka Annika, which most of you probably already do know, but hello, anyways. And yeah, welcome to my live stream, where we do a lot of chatting and not much coloring. So, hello to everybody who is here already. Very impressed. Hi Nessa, how Auntie Chris. Hi Atlanta, hi Bella Stella. Who else is here? Millie, hi. Is Andrea here as well? My chat is a little bit weirdly behind. Yeah, Andrea. Hi Andrea. Yes, I thought I saw you. Hi Robin. Yeah, fantastic. If I missed anybody, very sorry. I've been a bit off today. Oh, Nessa, you're basing your Kerby page. Now, that's quite a coincidence. Oh, I had a disaster in one of the... Oh, hi, Candace. How are you? Making some chili. Oh, nice. My kids and my husband's would be all over it. Chris Kilua Colorea Spanish is her new... Oh, is that a new adult colorist channel, Chris? Should I check it out? What's her name again? Oh, hi, Wendy. Hi. Hello. Delighted to see you here too. Hola, coloristas. Hi. Chris Kilua Colorea Spanish. Yeah, I don't think I've ever come across her. We're all very dependent on, especially if it's a different language channel, the YouTube either offering us stuff or not. And if it doesn't, yeah. So, she's an established YouTube colorist. Chris Kilua. Oh, okay. Let me check if I have any clue. Do you know what? I am not subscribed to her channel. Oh, jeez, I don't think I've ever come across her. That is... Well, I'm going to click subscribe now and hopefully check out eventually her stuff. Ouch. So, yeah, just word of warning, my... Oh, hi, Yvonne from Texas. Woohoo. See, we have... Oh, hi, Maria. So nice to see you all here. Just a word of warning, I've been having this evening a bit of a weird tummy. So if it gets bad, I will probably have to cut the stream short. At the moment, I'm still functioning at about 70% level. The Spanish channel to succeed. Yeah, my Spanish is non-existent, but I would certainly love to help out if I in any way can. That's really cool to have two languages, you know, kind of a multi-language effort out there. Okay, so my disaster. I was so annoyed with myself and with the book. And now I'm, of course, off that book. I tried to base an image here. And do you see what that paper does? I don't know if you can actually see. The light is blowing it out. Let me see if I can change the white balance a bit, or the exposure maybe. Yeah, that's a bit better. Maybe that. No. Yeah, if I get it a little bit closer now. Can you see what it did? It is very annoying. Oh, hi, Em. Hi. Didn't see you coming out. Oh, hi, Patricia as well. So nice. Plenty of us here. Yeah, absolutely. And now the only thing I can really imagine happening here You know, if I am to finish it, I will have to redo everything and go in with gouache or something like this. And I am very annoyed because that was one of those books that was supposed to be good with watercolor or water in general. It's the Polish version of Kerby's books, and I specifically bought it because somebody had said, oh, you know, Polish books are good with water. No, they're not. It didn't go through. This is not bleeding. This is just me being sloppy at the top and the watercolor going underneath the page. That doesn't really bother me. I can easily color over it. Look at the dots. The moment I put the watercolor down or even got the paper wet, it all broke out into those dots. And sometimes those go away when the paper dries. And no, this one doesn't. It is a pain. Yeah, it does look like there's loads of bugs in there. But now I'm very gonna put off this book because if things like this happen, I get like, oh, I don't want to color with this book now. It's disappointed me terribly. If I had just done that with gouache, it probably wouldn't have happened because those dot things happen only if you go in with loads of water and transparent watercolor most of the time. If you work with anything more opaque, even more opaque watercolor, that's less likely to happen in most of the books that are prone to those dots, because there's quite a lot of books actually that have that issue. Something about the kind of the fibers of the paper fibers being, I don't know, somehow uneven, or, you know, so then I don't know exactly what happens, but it happens to quite a lot of books. For example, Lord of the Rings book, the big Tolkien one, not Lord of the Rings, but big Tolkien collection, kind of the one that has dragon on the cover, big thick one, that has the same issue that the moment you put anything watery on the paper, that thing happens. No, it's not originally speckled. See, everything is normal until you put water on it. And this is, they probably won't affect you in any way at all, because that's fairly like unusual to see these copies. But I specifically picked it up on Amazon because somebody said, oh, it's in our Polish editions of Kerby. Sorry about my burp. Are good with water. And no. Oh, hi. Hi, Emma. On your phone, it looks like the speckles are part of the illustration. No, in real life, they're kind of quite prominent. If I maybe, you know, added some extra kind of a splatters, I could make them look deliberate. That could be an option. But yeah, whatever. Anyways, I just had to complain. I had to whine to somebody who would understand, because I was so annoyed over it, and nobody here would really get why I was so annoyed. Yeah, it's a page, you know. Take another one. That one is, oh, did I show you? Yeah, that's the book. And you probably wouldn't even come across it because it's a Polish version of Kerby's, what is its name again? Worlds Inside Worlds? Oh, God. Because I don't have it in English, therefore I don't remember again. Worlds Inside the World. Something like this, okay? The pastel, anything dry would cover it. I could cover them with gouache as well, but now the picture in my head was exactly like that, the kind of like a hazy effect with watercolor and golden light, and I actually wanted to do kind of more gradients here in kind of this golden sky, but yeah, not with watercolor. It just gets, you know, it got worse and worse and worse as I was working on it. So yeah, I don't know if I take it close. It keeps blowing out, you know, if I bring it closer to the light, but you can see how strong those dots are. They're pretty darn heavy. Words within words. Yes. Yes, thank you, Maria. Thank you, Candace. You people are way more with it than I am, especially today, because my brain ain't braining. I am very sorry. As I said, I've been feeling a bit off this evening. Something with the, stomach or whatever. Where was it? Yeah, it's printed probably in Poland. I didn't even check where it was printed. And I just stumbled across it on Amazon UK, actually, of all the places. I didn't go hunting for it specifically, but I bought it because, oh, you know, it's supposed to be good paper. And I'm like, no, 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 it's not. Where is it printed? Where is it? Usually that would be at the back. Oh, here. Well, it says that it's published in Warsaw, so in Poland, but it doesn't really say where it was. It seems to be that it's also printed in Poland. Anyways, that's too long, me complaining. Ola is taking a shower at the moment, so I don't know if she's going to make an appearance. She was very grumpy because she wanted to take a shower, and then when she wanted to take a shower, Killian, my son, was in the shower, so there was much grumpiness and pouting over that. And now, I presume that it's her now in the shower, so yeah. I don't know if she's going to make appearance after that. Oh, hi, AJ. Hi. It must have been the leaks. No. I didn't get sick of my wonderful leek and potato soup. I made leek and potato soup yesterday. And was it yesterday? Or was it day before yesterday? Day before yesterday, I think. And it was nice. It was nice. It came out lovely. Let me see. Wendy, could you get gel pen, the dots? Actually, yeah, I was kind of thinking about it, or maybe just add extra splatter, like darker and different colors of splatter eventually, so it would look more intentional. That could save it. But I'm still bummed that this book that I specifically bought for working with water materials, I can't now in the future do much water materials in it unless use something like wash or something very opaque, which is not always what I want to do. Hi, Yola. You know what happened? People, drum roll, drum roll. I got a smoothie. It was not her in the shower, apparently. It was still Gillian. But she left probably to stand behind the bathroom door and glare at it with her smoothie in her hand. Yeah, pan pastel might cover stuff like this, Candace. Yeah. Let me see. Mommy's got a bellyache. How to make it? Probably not particularly good for my tummy at this stage. And if your tummy is a bit iffy, smoothie is probably not the best way to go, but do I care? Oh, hi, Yana. How are you? I didn't see you coming in yet. I was complaining fiercely and grumpily about the unfairness of the life and inconsistencies of the paper. Leek and potato soup rocks. Yeah, it's nice. And I made a nice one. So, it's lovely. I still have one little cup left in the fridge that I might have maybe tomorrow for lunch. That is a shiny smoothie. Look at it. She makes really nice smoothies. Oh, hi, Cindy. Perimenopause gave me lactose intolerance, terrible stomach pains. Yeah. There are so many things that perimenopause has done to me that would take the bloody extreme to get through them. It pretty much changed everything I am or was. It was not an easy one for me. But hey, at least I survived it. So far, so good. Oh. Callie. Oh, hi, Callie. Monica, I sent you DM. Oh, is that the one you sent me already? Or is it the one, is the new one, Callie? Because we talked about one. I haven't been to Insta today. As I said, I wasn't feeling great. And if I don't feel great anyway, I don't tend to kind of go onto the social media much. Oh. Yeah, you did send me a cool book. I'd have to look at it after stream. I can't look at it at the moment, but it does look really cool. You people tempt me. Ah. Thank you, Callie. You're great at finding those really cool books, so keep them coming, keep them coming. One day I might have funds and order something nice for myself. What pencils did I grab? This was like I took a first, like I went to, I have those kind of IKEA-style shelves but behind me as well, not just to the side of me, which are the new ones, but there was also old shelving, which are the same kind of a cubed shelves, but there's no shelf inserts in them because they're like big cubes. So I have those kind of like pull-out kind of boxes or bags, kind of like drawers in them. In not all of them, but you know, in some of them. And in some of them, I have pencil cases like this, kind of, you know, lined, so I can just pull them out. And I literally, before the stream, went and pulled out a random one. Like, I don't know what pencils we're going to use, but apparently it's polychromos. Hello, polychromos. I was actually thinking about Artex for a while, but I can't find them anyway. Okay, sorry. No, what am I missing from the chat? What's wrong with being speckly? You know what? I am covered with birthmarks, and the older I get, the more birthmarks and skin tags I gather. So I totally sympathize there. I love it, Jana. I had a 30-day menopause in 43. Got rid of the guy I was dating and let my hair grow long. It was a good year. Absolutely get it. No worries, just wanted to share. Oh, Callie, no, definitely share, Callie. I love kind of discovering new books. It's very much my thing. I'm just trying not to bankrupt myself. Occasionally, you know, I go for, you know, if it's really like I can't live without that book, I'll go and buy it. But I try not to invest all of my salary into the books. Oh no, Cindy isn't very menopause. It's wonderful things, just keeps on giving. Oh, hi, Lucy. Didn't see you coming in yet either, so hopefully I didn't think I'm ignoring you. Oh my God, instead of seeing Lucy Fox Arts, I saw Lucy Fox. What is wrong with me? Oh, people, you crack me up. I really needed that tonight. As I said, I was feeling kind of rubbish most of the evening. For a while, I was thinking, should I cancel the stream? I was like, no, I don't feel that bad. You know, I'm still kind of all right, but, you know, the stomach is kind of at me. Oh, Maria, Annika, my surprise is still here as I got sick again. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Maria, big virtual hugs, okay, Maria? It just keeps on giving, doesn't it? That one. The same way. Oh. Hi, Adri. I did say hi, Adri, I think. I did say hello, didn't I? Or did I miss it? In which case, if I didn't say hello to Adri, hi, sorry. Nessa, hi everyone, I'm painting away here and listening. Oh yeah, you are painting. That actually sounds so nice. And maybe you just need a good one. I wish it was that simple. Them farts are getting wet, I'm telling you that. Sorry, that was too much information for a public chat. Lucy, I'm weirdly under the weather today. Starting to feel the shivers and inexplicably go, oh, that is a sign of some sort of a flea or cold approaching. Ugh. I hope it's not my perimenopause with another gift. Oh. Yeah, I hope that everybody who is feeling crap will get better soon or will just recover like super fast. Yeah, I went to pick up prescription and they were closed. Might as well uncork bottle of wine at this stage. Candace, I'm working on my romantic country page. My first eerie ever for Jessie's full book collab. I don't have romantic country. Otherwise, I would have actually wanted to do that. But I don't have any of those romantic country books. Auntie Chris, I bought 3 new books in the last 2 weeks, which is a lot for me. And they're all because of you. Oh! Crown and Flame, okay, yeah. Magic Made Real, totally justified. And Occult and Folklore, also totally justified. I don't know what you're complaining about. Maria, yes, it's the 3rd time that I got the cold, but I will send the happy. Oh, Maria, do not worry. That's the least of your worries, Maria. Just don't worry about that at all, okay? Just chill, take it easy, get better, okay? Don't even think about it. As much as I love getting them, I do not want you to stagger to the post office when you can barely move. Oh, hi. Hi, Coloring View. How are you? I am making a hashtag to color that stag of Kerby. He has it in 3 of his books. I wish I know which one you meant. I'm not sure. I love when you did it. Okay. Lucy, everything was fine earlier. I was hyped up, went to the gym and everything, had lunch and went to color my Emilia Oberg place for the month. But about 2 hours after lunch, I started with the shivers. Oh, that's nice, Chris. I've had my eye on the Occult and Folklore one for months now. I bought the 96 count, of Crayola crayons today. Actually, I've been thinking about getting them I've been thinking about stealing Ola's ones. Because I'm kind of curious about them. You see, I had to bundle myself under covers. Oh, no. Oh, hi, Solot. Hello, I randomly found out about your live streams a few weeks ago, and I've been meaning to get back here, but I've been busy. So happy to have found a friend to color with on Saturdays. Hi! That's wonderful. We always have good time here. Not much coloring gets done usually, but we have good chats. Okay, I wanted to show you something I got. I'm not trying to tempt anybody into buying anything. I just think it's a cool book. Whose channel was that Wendy's channel? Wendy, was it your channel I saw it on? Or am I mixing channels up? Because, yeah, if you watch, there was a couple of days I actually, had some time watching some videos. And then I watched quite a few in the row. Maria, I have the Crayola but don't like them. Should I go for Neocolor 1 or alternative? Was it Maya? Is that who bought that book? I don't even remember who the heck bought it. but it's really, I like the art. And the paper is like super thick, but it's one of those papers that is super thick, and you think, and they say actually something on the covers and everywhere that, you know, you can use watercolor here and whatnot. It's not actually that watercolor friendly, to be honest. It's thick, but it doesn't have wonderful sizing. So yeah, you can use watercolor here, but it actually moves better in some thinner books, weirdly enough. Maria, the Neocolor ones, I would love to get Neocolor ones, but at the moment I'm, you know, no, this is not in the budget. With the Crayolas, I tried them a couple of times, trying to like them, and I still haven't fallen in love with them. I'm thinking about trying again because my daughter does really cool stuff with Crayolas. I just can't get hang of them. I'm wanting to show you something that is kind of cool. Wait a second, if I can find them. This is huge. Okay. The cover is gorgeous, yes. Adri, I got my gouache paints. I can't wait to play with them and watch a tutorial. Oh, that's great. I hope you're going to have loads of fun with them. They are a bit of a, you know, kind of, once you figure out the consistency and, you know, how much water to use and how thin and thick to mix them, that is the main art with gouache. Once you figure that out, everything else is going to be fine. And I'm still learning that, you know. Robin, Annika, yes, that is the book that I'm curious about. Yeah, I thought that I'll show you because I remember you were asking about that book. Cindy, you just got that book. I saw it on French channel. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not just you problem, Millie. I never get decent color, or blending I can get all right, but I never get the texture on the page. Like, if Ola does stuff with them, it looks cool. If I do stuff with them, it just looks messy and grubby. Colorful, yeah, I think I was kind of inspired by her. Her set is slightly different. I think she got a slightly better set. Hers is a bit light, slightly more colors, but that set had like, I think 10 more colors, and it was over half more expensive. It's like, nope, I don't even know how good or bad they are, so I got this one. It's huge. I did not expect it to be so hefty. So they're, yeah, Koopy pens. And they are actually laying down, like, I'm not saying that you can get loads of pigment out of them, but they do go down smooth. So they even have some, I haven't really worked these neons much here. But yeah, you can blend them pretty well, but usually like 1-2 layers, and then you can't do much, so you kind of have to plan what you're doing with them. But they're cool. And, you know, they wouldn't get the most dark and vibrant and saturated and kind of pigmented results. Yeah, it's something that I want to play with more soon. I have to hide the neons. Yeah, they are, I think it's, in Japan, they are considered almost like same sort of a kind of a school crayon, like Crayolas would be here. I think that's what they're used there mostly. I have Neo 2, but I need Neo 1s because if something is water soluble, then I put water on it. I have the same thing. I would like to have, but for some reason, Neo 1s have less colors as well. It's like, oh. Okay, I promise to quickly show. There's not that many pages in it. I got it because it's Marabu. Well, I like the art from what I saw, and it's Marabou publication, and Marabou usually has fantastic paper. And it does. It's on that binding, though, that basically is only glue, and only that little strip of fabric essentially is holding it together. So I can see this one coming apart pretty fast. This one is my whip here, which I'm working on before I do possibly an official flip through. I just think the art is so cool. But yeah, I wouldn't expect it to, if you think by that thinking this is going to be watercolor paper, because it says, or in all the description, everything, that you can use watercolor here. Yes, you can, but as I said, there are papers that are better for watercolor, you know, some thinner papers. Oh yeah, cut and paste does amazing stuff. Yeah, yeah. But you know, I'm not her. I can't do that stuff. Well, I haven't really gone for that style either. I admire when she does that, but it's not my style. I could try to kind of emulate that just for funsies. Lucy, I have both. Oh, Lucy has both the Neos 1 and 2. That is cool. Lucy, 50 colors total for Neo 1, 10 are metallic. Yeah, and metallic aren't really doing anything for me, to be honest. At least, you know, in that medium. I would like to have more colors, regular colors in that. You have fantastic taste in books and paper. Thank you. I have a set of manly wax crayons that I'm trying to get acquainted with too. These are all about me trying to avoid Neocolor 1 purchase. I'll give that at some point. Yeah, now to decide what next to work on. I have 13 to be completed on the work. Wendy, okay, 3 pages in, I'm sold. Isn't it cool? It's so distinctive. There are some certain favorites that I can say, like, I'm actually, like, I have picture in my head how I would like to do that, but I kind of suspect I don't have skill to pull off how I would like to do that. But yeah, like, this one is really cute. There are very few images of motherhood and in comic books that don't go into don't veer into that too sweet category, or, you know, kind of a too cutesy category. This one, I think it's really cute. It's lovely. Coloring Chemist does unique backgrounds with the Neocolor ones. Yeah, she does cool stuff anyway. You know, with all of her supplies, and I like her color palettes. She is really good at keeping things. Oh, hi, Amy. Sorry, I didn't see you coming in. Hi. She does really cool things with color palettes as well. I like her very subdued, very elegant, kind of a vintagey palettes. Beautiful. Isn't that just so cool? Cute. I love that one. I love the kind of a bonkers ones. I love that one also. I definitely want to do that. Isn't it just fantastic? I kind of want to do that one too. This one, that is the cover image now. And this is actually one of the ones that I'm not sure I will do, because it's a lot of faces. Amy's favorite pages video was stunning. It's like independent artworks that I would hang proudly on my wall type of stuff. Pure amazing. Oh, happy birthday, Amy's mom. Oh, I did not realize that. Oh yeah, you mentioned that. Sorry, I'm behind with the chat again. So I just got Neo 2s to try and some watercolor pencils, but I find it's just so much work to go over everything twice with watercolor. I can do it with one fell swoop. I love the Neo 2s as pastels though. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat now quickly, so I'm catching up. Maria, I bought all of the cute mommy coloring books from Japan. Hi, Amy. Yeah. Isn't it just... Oh, this one is definitely one I want to do. It's just calling to me, that one. That one I definitely want to do, totally calling to me. This one probably I will either kind of just test materials on or not touch, but most likely I will just test things on it, you know, how things work on this paper, because the page itself is not really mine. And this one also, although I might get, you know, kind of a like, I just want to do loads of really simplistic faces, and I might do it. Love that one. There's not that many pages because the paper is that thick. You hear it? It's not paper, it's literal cardstock. Like this one to me is about at least over 200 GSM, definitely. It's really thick. That one is just, it's cute, but it has just too many flowers on it. This one I would love to do. The motherhood page again. Isn't that just gorgeous? Angry sunflowers. That you know feeling when you begin a double page spread on detailed pages. This will take a while. Amy, I'm having some skips, but it's totally my end. We have a cyclone, hitting us. Ouch. I'm in a safe here, don't worry. Okay, good, because I was like, are you evacuating? But it's making internet glitchy, understandably so. I'm pretty sure it should be fine on this end. Our internet is usually pretty decent here in the house. And in the village as well, like we have pretty all right internet. You should do, Maria, you know, when you're feeling up for it, a flip through of kind of a motherhood themed coloring books you have. That actually would be a cool idea. The paper sounds like a door. Like, knock, knock. It's Réconfort by publisher Marabout, and the author is Anne-Laure Perrault. Réconfort. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering my French pronunciation because I don't speak French. I speak other languages, but not French. Knock, knock. Who is there? Loud paper. I love it. Maria, yes, planning to do that. Yeah, that would be really cool. I'm sorry that my hand is here with the mouse because I'm using the mouse to scroll through the chat. Yeah, no, my internet access, I live like in Mongolia. I love how Mongolia probably has really good internet. Nita, thank you. I also love this one. I don't know why. I really like that one. It's also kind of a lot of them in that page, but something about the composition, and it's kind of fluid, the way they almost blend into each other and become a collective, while still having very distinctive and different personalities. None of them looks exactly the same. It's just like it. Love that one. We'll definitely do that. It's just so darn cute. Just beautiful art. Oh, and this is just me basically testing materials here. That's the last page also. It was one of my least favorite pages, so I just kind of tried out stuff on it. And I discovered here that it can be a bit temperamental with kind of water-based materials. It takes them fine, but not comparable to, for example, those Marabou Kerby books take watercolor better. And these are also amazing thick paper. It's not as fancy as that, but cloud paper also. Emma, I might have to crack and buy this even though James cancelled Amazon Prime. The tragedy of James cancelling Amazon Prime. Oh, very dairy. Oh, I wanted to show you what I've done since. Okay, you saw me whining. Have you ever done gouache or near two clouds on top of black acrylic paint? Asking for a friend. Have I ever done gouache or near two clouds? I might have, but quite a long time ago. I have definitely done something with gouache on top of black acrylic paint. Do you know what can be kind of really cool thing to do clouds with gouache if you don't feel like kind of risking the shapes and whatever? Try to do them with that style of a brush and basically dip it into the paint and kind of tap the really wet paint off, and then kind of do clouds with little bouncing motions like this. Just build them like little wispy things across the page, and this gives pretty cool results. And you don't get the heaviness that you sometimes get if you try to do them your first times with like square brush or round brush or cat's tongue or whatever you're doing. This kind of gives them almost natural kind of a wispiness, but you have to make sure that you don't have too much paint on it. So oh, it's on Amazon UK. Yes, it is, Wendy. And it's not even that expensive. Like, I'm not saying that it's super cheap, but it's not crazy expensive or anything. Oh, I wanted to show you where I am with the stuff I did. So I finished basing that page. I haven't gotten anywhere with... I haven't really finished anything this week, I think. The time I've had in the evenings to do something, I did film like that gel pen video. Actually took quite a lot of my time. And there was a lot of editing and quite a long filming and everything involved, and also prep, because you need to kind of figure out what you're going to do there. So I haven't really done that many pages this week. I have created some whips again because typically that's a base. That's not finished page. Like, I will, work it into, I don't know how much better, but definitely into better result than this, because that's a flat base. But yeah, this is the kind of a, basically, I call it staining, basing or staining or whatever. You kind of establish your kind of a color stains or blobs. And then you go after in with whatever media you're going to use on top of it. I can use some more watercolor and can use whatever. I was actually quite disappointed in the water acceptance of this paper as well. I now remember why I used here, when I based stuff here previously, I used as a base acrylic paint, diluted acrylic paint. This is not finished page also, it's just a base. It needs shading, it needs extra color, whatever, but it does have that base. Oh, these are clouds. This is gouache or possibly acrylic paint on top of acrylic base. So there you go. But they're not very good. I made them a bit heavy. But yeah, I have done it, obviously. Everybody's Internet, that's a fan brush. Yeah, that is such a good brush. You can do so many good things with it. You can pull up grasses. You can do kind of a foliage really easily. and have it kind of looking looser and more organic. This is an amazing brush, and particularly if it's kind of like rougher bristled ones. I like these ones the best. Who's... Oh, hi, Chris. I didn't see you coming in. I thought you were gallivanting, out and gallivanting. Solid Can did that exact thing a few weeks ago, and it works well. I used craft acrylic apple barrel black paint. Okay. Hashtag 3 books. Okay. I just so I'm way behind real time too. I'm going to reboot. Hopefully, see you again soon. Okay. Gel pen the movie. Oh. Thank you. I haven't gotten, I tried to answer the comments for a little while, but as I said, then I was feeling crap, and then I had a little bit of a snooze. And then I essentially made dinner and then got ready for the stream. Well, I had another little snooze, because if you're feeling crappy, then you tend to have snoozes. Yeah, I'm going to give it a whirl and practice page. Yeah, just practice, you know. I was thinking I was invisible. No one said. No, Chris, I just didn't see you coming in. Sorry. I apologize. Emma, Gizmo just popped to my bed. Oh. Pooped. Oh, pooped. I was like, how did she... What popped? Popping would be a lot more disturbing. That is true. Nice example. It's night since I was thinking something other than white, but I don't know. Yeah, this one I would need to also put some gray into these ones, because this is all base. Like, I would need to put some extra colors and a bit of a shading into these clouds. This is kind of like everything here is a base. And then I abandoned it. I did loads of bases here and then I abandoned everything. I don't know. I just couldn't, for some reason, finish anything here. But I will, because I really, this is my favorite book of Kerby's, 100%. Schnoozies and smoothies. I make it more better. Sorry. What are we coloring, you're asking? Epic landscapes. I see a Kerby book in the fan brush. This is not actually related to Kerby book. That was somebody was asking for an idea. Was it Candace was asking for an idea about doing clouds? What we're coloring today is probably in this book. I've also based that page, but that's not what we're coloring today. I think we're going for these neon owls. What you think? Are you okay with that? And since this is the pencil case that jumped into my hand, I literally just pulled a random pencil case. Then we're using polychromos to do so. Chat is all over the place. Oh. Hello, Brady, you're making me company while I swatch all my acrylic markers. 168, that sounds painful. Gianna, okay, Her Royal Highness has been served. This cat. Oh. Amy, I need to do more in Mythic World, maybe after I finish Metamorphia. It's so damn close, but I also don't want to push myself. No, definitely no pushing, because that's how you started testing the book that you previously loved. So, I need a black here. Which black are we going to take? I have loads of kind of a stubby blacks here, which I need to use my stubby blacks. If I have this, I like a nice long pencil, so I often tend to, instead of using my stubby ones, I tend to pick up a new long pencil. And so I have loads of stubby pencils that I need to use up. So that, and I also need a white. Same story with whites, loads of stubby whites. This one probably will need to go very soon. I don't think there's much left in that. I can't even, sharpen it anymore. Not even with the regular sharpener. Oh, I'm getting low on Prisma whites, people. This is bad if you live in Ireland, because there is one place to get them here, but the place is expensive and they're always out of stock as well. And to order them from anywhere else is like exorbitantly expensive. So what is the girl? I am notorious for getting 90%, or notorious for getting 90% done with the page, then getting distracted with other things and abandoning it for a year. Yeah, that's very much me. Yeah, at least your cat didn't poop on the bed. Oh no, that's painful. Caller, Chris, they cancelled lunch until next month. Some of the ladies had some issues with health problems, and then there's a big storm here. Oh, I'm sorry. So now you're stuck. I'm delighted that you're here, but I'm sorry that you were looking forward to that meetup. So that's a bummer. Okay. I couldn't do it, Hanika. The chat is like random stream of consciousness for 37 years. Every day is a good day for neon owls. That is true. That is true. And see you and others. This is why I don't stream. Fragile World is beautiful as well. Yes. Yes. I do like it a lot. It's my next after the Mythic World. Robin, Annika, you like? Okay. Try Durban Chinese white drawing pencil. I have it. Ta-da! I have it. But it's thicker lead. See, Prisma is that kind of almost ideal that it's very soft, but the lead is just right thickness. That one, if I do more detailed things, can be a bit of a pain because I need to keep constantly sharpening it to a better point. Oh, Callie, contacted Dave Peterson, illustrator of Moscow. New book should be on the site later this month. That is cool. Oh, hi. Hi, Anna. How are you? Welcome. Oh, for those in US, Blick will get... Okay, that it does not concern me because nobody here seems to be selling... At least I haven't seen. It's open, the wrong side is open. Nobody here seems to be selling Posca 48. And now that I know that there's 48 set, I don't want to buy 36 set. If I want those pencils, I want all 48. Thank you very much. Mouse guard 2, not shipping outside US. Of course, it's not. That is annoying. Okay. Let's do one of the owls first. And I need some purples. So I'm taking mauve. And I am taking other purples and violets. Still be good for shadows here. And Delft blue would work well here. And I'm taking some kind of a more greenish blue as well. So my good old dark indigo, which is pretty much if I use polychromos every time. Can't do a page without it. It's just such a good pencil. What other ones here? I had hoped to pull out the Artexes, because for this one they would have kind of been ideal, because they do have neons as well in the set. He printed the book himself, different paper, but he said he tried to match the original. Oh, okay. Candace, I got it from the postcard shop and they had 30% off and free shipping. What is a postcard shop? Do they also ship to Ireland, I wonder? Amy Ward size in international. Those of us in the US will have to pick a body and ship a copy. Robin, Annika, sorry, connection lost for a minute. Walked to, forgot what I wanted to ask. That's okay, Robin. Amy, agree, love dark indigo. I always seem to use One Dyke Brown. Yep, One Dyke Brown and dark indigo. They're also kind of, to me, almost two darkest colors, if you're not counting black in Polly's set. By the way, Polly's, this is one of the, like, I do love Polly's. Polly's are fantastic pencils, but I would love more darks. And then lighter ones, kind of, kind of extremes. I would love more extreme, like some lighter colors and a lot more darker colors. Although they're so pigmented that you can build them up and actually get pretty dark colors. So I am taking good old red violet, which is another pencil that I pretty much use almost every time I use Polly's. Because I don't really need huge amount of work here in the, like it's going to be mostly shading. I don't want to lose the neon altogether. I want the neon to glow through the pencil work. So, what other colors do I want? Something like this, maybe magenta. I'm very kind of a basic choices at the moment. This is not going to be like elaborate pencil page. It's going to be mostly just shading. Now the thing about that is that I'm going to take you a bit closer so you don't look at it from a mile away. That's a bit better, I think. Amy, yes, the black is not a pure black either. Exactly, it's a dark one. Exactly, and it's really great for layering and darkening other colors, but it's not that great as a black on its own. I want a cool black. Yes, like intense with all the variations of black. Derwent Lightfast set has some fantastic darks, and I think they have their blacks are beautiful as well. I'm taking a page out of Connie's Color and Chemist book and supplementing my Polly's, my light fasts, super dark and light colors. Yes, but they are now coming out with some new colors, which I haven't really seen a proper close-up of, but they do at least seem to have released some kind of, there's some colors that are, seem to be light colors. So, okay. Will I burp or will I not? This is interesting. Oh, you got that 48 set? Jana, oh, you're so lucky. I so want the 48 set. This is one of the few pencils now. I really have loads of pencils, okay? I do not particularly need any more pencils in my life, let's be honest. I'm now doing, as you can see, shading on top of neon orange with indigo, because that's the way we roll here. because we can blend anything with anything. That's my firm belief. The Posca pencils, you can only get a couple of layers, unfortunately, but they are lovely and pigmented. Yeah, but these are the kind of, like, at the moment, the only pencils that I really would like to get, because let's be honest, people, I am not suffering from the shortage of pencils in this house. In fact, it's quite opposite. I have plenty. I have even already tightened my collection a bit, because some of them were just sitting, you know, in the drawer or somewhere, you know, for years without me touching them, and it just felt kind of silly that they weren't getting the love they deserved. So I did find new homes for a couple of sets that I just didn't love. Like, for example, like Brutfuna squares, that everybody was like, there was big hooray about Brutfuna squares when I came kind of into adult coloring and, you know, watched the videos, and there were quite a lot of colorists who are really kind of big into them, and, you know, gave a lot of positive, you know, enforcement for them. And I, of course, had to get them, and yes, they are nice, but I never really fell in love with them the same way. Like, they're okay, but I have many other pencils, or, you know, or other sets that I love so much more. So, yeah, they weren't really mine. You have a big 500 case with all my high-end pencils, and they use them all together. That would be, I found those 500 cases get just too clumsy for me to handle. I don't like too big of a pencil case. I like a bit more contained. And I do, you know, I know my pencils well enough that if I feel that I'm missing, you know, something or certain colors, I know which set to go to find something that would work. I'm just trying to give it a bit of a more face. It was a bit flat. Basically, that's what I often do with indigo, that I use it like generic dark, any color. I mean, what do Bonheur base I used Light First Drawing and Color Soft. Color Soft is underutilized pencil as well. But the only reason, the main reason for that seems to be that it is more demanding on the paper, but it's a fantastic pencil. Emma, I started a page in Fairy Tale and Folklore this time last year. I still haven't finished. Oh. I read that all new poly colors are light and or muted. Yeah, they do need more darks though as well. I feel anyway. Although, as I said, you can build up with them. Not saying that it's impossible or that you can't get dark with them. Yes, you can. But it would be super handy if there were like some out-of-box, really dark, strong pigmented colors. And polys are not my go-to pencils for that. So there. But, you know, not all the pencils have to be the same, so that's all right. And I do have my darks. And here at the moment, I don't really need like super darks on this one. So I'm putting a bit of a shadow here as well. I wanted to have some sort of an extra interest there. I might pull out a gel pen or something and do a bit of a messing around, maybe. Maybe. Oh, Amy, yes. Had a break in food as processed, time to go dishes and prep for grandkids coming to birthday lunch. Thank you, Amy, for joining us, and have a lovely, lovely time. Jana. Oh. Lucy, Annika, I put the large pencil case on trolley and I use it on the trolley, just flipping it open like a book beside me at the desk. Yeah, that might work. Hi, Brittany, how are you? Oh, I think I want to sharpen it a bit. Sorry for making that noise. So I'm just giving it with it some extra darkness. I'm not going to go like super deep here. Because the background is already very dark. So I'm trying to keep these ones pretty bright, but I do want some depth. Otherwise they kind of look flat. And I also would like to add to this one specifically some extra, I don't know what, maybe like a bluish glow there. I'll think about it. I wonder if the pit pens will be updated with the new colors too. It would be nice, but pit pens already do not have all the colors in Polychromos range, so doubt it. Like, I would love for big pit pens to have the same amount of colors. They would be essentially, all the colors that Polychromos have would also be in pit pens. That would be so cool. And pit pens also are suffering from the syndrome of not enough, like especially now for markers like this or pigment markers like that. It would be great if they had more kind of a light colors to blend things out with. They tend to suffer a little bit with that mid-tone syndrome. Which seems to be okay. What did I say about? Is that pronounced with J, Jana or Yana? I need to save to do an Amazon Japan order, Wendy. I want those crazy cat books Maya has. Yeah, Maya has. Oh yeah, I have one of them. I got myself one of them and it's so nice. It's so fun. And I have planned to start coloring in it, but I haven't gotten to it because at the moment I don't really want to. One of the reasons I don't want to really get many more books is that I have quite a lot of new books, unplanned kind of new books that just kind of happened to me, that I just need to get more into them before I order more and more and more and more and more books. This doesn't make sense anymore. Yeah, it's the indigo is so nice, just a little light layer. And you get pretty much shading down on any color. Well, unless you go on top of like bright yellow, but even then I'd say you could make it work. Indigo is just the best color in that range to me, almost. Like the most useful in a way. For my style of working or coloring, that's also important to mention because we're all different. Oh boy, Maria, sorry I didn't see you going. Have a good night. Try to get some rest and get better. Plenty of liquids and so on. Our names tend to create chaos in chats. Yes, Jana, you're so good in Kanako's books, like fantastic. Pronouncing difference. Where was it? Where did you say about... I'm in Latvia. Jana and Jana. Okay, Jana. Is it Jana? So... All right, now I'm going to probably contribute to the chaos by calling you wrong names. Wendy, I could hop onto your Japan order, please. AJ, I just ordered 5 books from Amazon Japan. Jana, I love the owl's colors, so cool. Thank you. I didn't feel like doing... The evening I was putting the bases down, I did not feel like muted or natural color palettes at all. Anything I put down was pretty much kind of in slightly bonkers territory. So that's the result. My neon owls. And that's why I also, I want to give them a little bit of a darkness and shading, but I do not want to take them, kind of lose the neon. So here I'm definitely leaving the watercolor visible. Okay, I need something else here. I also need some color for the eyes because they're not staying like this, definitely not. I think I'm tying the eyes slightly together with the kind of a bright green. We'll see how this is going to work for us. And I'm taking now the mauve. Do I need to sharpen it? Probably not. I'd say it's fine. And I'm creating a bit of a darkness here on the belly as well. Just some color variation. Making this bit darker. Let's see, is that Prisma? Yes, that's Prisma. So I want to get some lightness here. So I'm pulling in with some Prisma here, and maybe here, and here. And I'm fixing you here. Something is missing, you know. Like jam. Okay, okay. Yours is Jana, like jam. Okay. Kelly. Okay, you're talking to Adrian. My sister is becoming grandma at 44, which I find hilarious because she's super paranoid about getting old. Yes, we don't get on. Yes, Jana, that compliment utterly deserved. It's just facts of life, not compliments. Okay. Now putting that one here. Do you know what? I need to bring out my... The first I need to do this. Still not kind of... Is it... I want darker. This is Brutfuner Black. Which I also use a bit like Polychromos Black. So basically it's my layering back. I combine it with other colors to not that much add black, but to add darkness to other colors. So it's not a super dark black, but if I feel that I don't get as dark as I want it to with some color, then I layer that one sometimes in between. You know, you can basically stick it between layers. Okay, and I'm putting some here and some here and some here. This spot could be a bit darker. Okay, and also this spot. All right. All right. And now I need to do the eyes. I need to get the bright greens. So I'm taking you and light green. And then I need you in the darkest parts, which is pine green. And then I need you, which is leaf green. And I need them all nice and sharp. Because the eyes are not very big. Oh, see you, Chris. Sorry. I didn't notice again that you were going. I was coloring, but hopefully. Be nice to see you back. So the good old system of putting the darkest color at the top of the eye, where all those fluffy feathers over the eye would be, kind of covering it. And in the corners here too. Here. Nice and dark. And then taking the leaf green and bringing it just a little downwards, over and downwards, not much at all. See how that's going to work for us. And then I'm taking the light green, which is also one of the colors that goes pretty fast, because that's pretty much the lightest, kind of a warmer green they do have, and the only one, so ends up pretty used up. No, I might put a little bit of a darker one in as well, because it's getting lost now there. Yeah. Making sure that it's nice and dark there on the sides. And I need to make the pupil a bit more solid, because Kerby has left it pretty much like we need a bit more dramatic eye here. All right. The glints are not in the eyes yet, but they will be. Jana, your page looks amazing, so cool with all the bright colors. Thank you. Emma, honestly, I just collect coloring books now. I don't feel too bad because flipping through them at night helps me sleep, and I don't really read proper books anymore. No, I read proper books as well, but I totally get that, just sometimes sitting and flipping through them just makes me chill and happy, admiring the artwork. Although I often also go into the trap that if I sit and just watch them, then I feel the need to, kind of start another page. It's like, and that's how I end up with loads of whips and nothing started, because I feel like putting, oh, that's a cool page, or, I feel like putting some color into that book. And then when it gets too late, you just kind of have to eventually drag your butt into bed as much as you resist. Oh, I didn't say this one is red violet. This is one of my really, really important pencils. Again, in a polychroma set. I use it for skin extensively. A lot of my skin shadows, and to be honest, if I do skin with polychromas, I'd say maybe I put very, very thin layer of something like the light flesh, or, the lightest option possible down, just very, very slightly. And then I draw in the first shadows, or I use it very gently, because it's a layering pencil. You can kind of just put in a shadow map, often with red violet. Okay, and now because yellow and purple neutralize each other, I am going to shade that beak slightly. It doesn't need much shading, but I'm going to give it a little bit of a shade with the red violet, because it just works. And to me, it gives it almost, like, I like the result better than if I went in with kind of a darker yellow or orange. It gives more natural kind of a shadow effect. Because yellow can be one of the colors that is actually quite hard to shade if you don't know how to go about it. You end up making it brighter, not giving it the shade. Hi, Mimosa! So, hey everyone, it's what I'm currently doing, flipping through books and looking at some of my 163 whips, searching for potential pages to color. Exactly, you can have however many pages already there halfway. But there are evenings when you just feel like starting and, just putting color on a new page. And there's no rules. There's no coloring police who will come and punish you for not finishing your pages as you go. Everybody should work in the style they prefer to. Like, I know quite a lot of people who just can't, they can't even have one whip. They essentially want to take a page, work through it, and they can't start another page before that page is done. And it would drive me nuts, because what if I don't feel like working on that page? That essentially means that I'm not coloring then. Okay. And now I want to do something. I think the tummy here needs something darker in it. So I'm taking the Delft Blue and sharpening it. What? Emma, my sister. Oh, Jana is going. Okay, that's hopefully if she can, she'll pop back. But in case she can still hear us, have a good time. Hope you'll be back. Emma, my sister posted on Facebook calling me a fat, lazy slob. What? The family dramas. Gosh, no, like, why? Why though? Like, why do people need to, even if she were to think that, which already, okay, yeah, whatever. But even if she were to think that, why would you go and share your nasty thoughts on social media? Why? Okay. That actually pretty much should be as I wanted it to be. Yeah. No, and I'm adding a little bit of that Delft Blue here too. Just for funsies. And now I'm looking for... I have this vague idea that I might actually totally ruin this page, but I'll see if it will or not. Hi acrylic markers. So I'm taking you because you're not very opaque, and I can possibly, if I need to, I could get them off the page easily enough. And let's see. You miss painting solo? Oh. Sometimes I paint in coloring books pretty often too. At least that's that, yeah. Kerby was the coloring book illustrator that I got me hooked on coloring. I've been a fantasy painter for many years, and I wanted to get a coloring book to relax. Due to work, I color more than paint now. Oh. I bet you that your art would be exactly the type of art I would like to color though, because I'm huge into fantasy. Like, I love fantasy art. Adri, it doesn't sound this sort of a... It doesn't sound like a joke to me. That's too dark, is it? Is that too dark? That is too dark. You're too dark. I want something minty, and I can't find the color. Let's see. Are you correct color? No, you're too green. Like, I want something bluish minty, the edges. It might be something like this. I need a water brush for it anyway, but there's one color here that seems close to what I want. Piece of paper, because these ones are not needed there. That's actually quite close to what I want. I need to do the big shake up now though. Oh yeah, I would love to see as well, Solo. Anything fantasy, mythology, folklore, anything storied. Okay, so if I do it like this, okay, and give it a bit of a like texture at the edges, and then soften edge here. Bring in a little bit of that brightness back here. I took too much off, but I need to soften. Okay. And creating a bit of a, like, so when I'm putting it down, I'm giving it a bit of a texture on the side so it wouldn't be like smooth outline. And just softening that line in so it wouldn't be a harsh outline. Yeah. Emma, my books are sad, really. The majority of them aren't colored in. I need to get over the fear I'm going to ruin them. Oh, that's definitely. But I think that's not just your thing. I have the same story that I have books that I just feel that I'm going to ruin them. Okay. And here. All right. I'm also going to give a little bit of solo. No, I've never been big into social media, but I work from home, so being social isn't something I get much of anymore. So maybe I should start to meet people that way. Insta is kind of a good place to start, yeah, if you want to kind of meet and find like-minded people in adult coloring, because that's where I started and that's where I found my first kind of a pals. And then eventually I moved to YouTube. Yes, it's really nice. It's very supportive. And sadly now, because I do YouTube, I don't get much time to go to Insta anymore. Because it is also, besides being really lovely and welcoming, it is also time consuming because, there's always so much going on. There's so many wonderful works and you would like to, talk to people and you would like to comment on people's works. And I just, if you do YouTube as well, you kind of need to at some stage almost choose which one you're going to give most of your time to. Okay. Oh, Jana, okay, back with a plate of food. What are you having? I hope you're having something nice. Oh, Auntie Chris, that is a wonderful way to put things. Emma, assume that they have roughly 50 pages per book. Multiply by however many books. That's how many chances you have not to ruin something. To not ruin something. That is a perfect way to put it. Sorry. Head down painting mode. Auntie Chris, I didn't estimate. I actually counted. I have more than 3,000 pages. I'm bound to get at least one of them right. Colored by Adrian, barely on 79 out of 168 swatching my acrylic markers. This is taking forever. I don't want to get into me start to do this instead of coloring something nice. Sometimes my sister talks a bit gangster-like on her Facebook, so naturally she's called Gangster Granny to me. Auntie Chrysola, I started getting social by jumping into the chat a couple of months ago. Yeah, that's really nice. And like, we've been having so much fun since, have we not? Okay, I need to... I think that's the outline. Maybe I should kind of bring it a bit more here. That is kind of what I was looking for. Softening it down a bit more. And now I need to do the eyes. Where is my white gel pen? There it is. My favorite white gel pens. Oh, hi, Jackie. Thank you. That's my spirit owls. Okay, and one is already here by Kerby, but I'm putting another one like that there. And I might put a little bit of white on top of the beak as well, just to give it some extra dimension. Does it need any more white anywhere? No, I don't think so. Maybe, yeah. But it should be very kind of a thinner white. I needed the juicy white here on the eyes and on the beak. Okay, and the bottom here I leave as is. And now I'm taking this gel, not gel pen, but whatever. I am doing a little bit of shading on the tree trunk as well, possibly. I found the best way to learn and progress is to make all the mistakes possible. Exactly. The amount of things I've messed up. Oh. No. Now I'm just using pure Brutfuner black. These are like dirt cheap. They are, I think Amazon US might have them as well. They're like different sizes packs. You can get them in, I think, packs of 6 and possibly 12, that sort of a thing. And they're very cheap. And I find them really good layering backs that, they're not heavy like Prisma blacks. So they're really good for just darkening areas or putting between layers. Like Prisma blacks, you use them when you really want to take things dark and black. These ones you use when you want to darken other colors, already usually dark colors, but you want to give them like extra oomph. Then I stick in these between the layers. And they really are cheap, cheap, cheap. And don't be afraid of black. That's one of the things that people have this complex, you're not supposed to use black. Yeah, a lot of colors that you're already using do contain black. A lot of dark colors actually, use black to get them as dark as they are. So that's kind of a myth that you're not supposed to use black. Because I bet you they're not using actual indigo in these indigo pencils, for example. I am pretty sure it's a mix of some blue pigments and black pigments. Sorry. Jana, salmon with harissa sauce, rice and lentils, cream. Oh, Jana, that sounds that sounds like exactly down my alley. I love seafood. I love lentils. I prefer rice and stuff like this to potatoes, for example, which is a harsh condition to have if you live in Ireland, where, yeah. But my family is kind of used to it because I didn't do the every day is a potato day thing. It's like couldn't live with it. But yeah, a lot of families here is like, there's no potatoes. What sort of meal is that? Chats are great to have company. Yes, they are. And also it's great because if in real life you don't have many people with the same the mindset, or and especially if you live in a smaller place, or if you don't have a huge circle of acquaintances, or if your job and most of your life is kind of very different from your hobby, you just don't have people who would have the same interests, and it's way easier to find them online. Your people. So I'm just doing pure black here, cheerfully, without any feelings of remorse. I think black is often underutilized in our pages. I wonder if I should submit that one to the Hollyberry colors and Piggy Pens, Joe. They're having this light versus dark thing going on, the tag, and I think this month is supposed to be like dark versus pastel. And well, is it dark enough to qualify as a dark page? I don't know. It does have really bright neons though, so probably not. Making mistakes is often when the breakthroughs are made. Yes. Jackie comes in, I always get that song in my head. Nessa, Hesh and Ping, a budget pencil, has the darkest black I've seen so far. Do you have Lightfast? Because their blacks are pretty darn dark. But maybe I don't have Hesh and Ping, so I can't really comment on their blacks. It might be that, it is genuinely the darkest out there. Often budget pencils usually don't have very dark darks, or if they do, they might have one or two in the sets, because obviously the pigment load in these has to be pretty high, and usually the budget pencils would have more fillers and a bit less pigment than higher end pencils would. Jackie's backing down. Powered by 80, that would be great for dark. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that it would be, but at the same time, they're as bright as it comes. The contrast here is once again high. It is a dark page, but then it has that in-your-face owls on it. Powered by 80. Auntie Chris, I colored my books yesterday and got 75. Yeah, those were the days when I had 75 books. Nessa, nope, no Lightfast yet. Thanks for info. They are on my want list. Let me... I don't know if this one has all the blacks. Probably not. This one has only one of the blacks. There are more than one black in that set. But this is the regular black. They do have several blacks though. Lumi's black is good too. This light is blowing it all out. It looks actually grayer here than it is in real life. In real life, it's pretty darn black. Luminance has some nice black, pretty decent black as well, from what I remember. Okay, where was I? Where's my Brutfuner black that I put down and then lost promptly? County Chris, I would so call that a dark page because neons are so nightlife, like disco or Vegas. Yes, also owls, you know. They're nocturnal. That's true. Yes, Brittany, budget sets do tend to have more midtones. They are always short on really light colors and really dark colors. Absolutely, 100% agree. So I'm just, you know, where I put the watercolor down, I'm kind of softening the transitions here a bit and putting extra darkness down. Just keeping my pencil going. And I need to have nice shadow. I want to have good darkness next to these neon little, whatever they are. In my head, they're like fungi of some sort. Lucy, my favorite dark colors are from Light Facet. Yes, 100. Yeah, Nightshade is amazing color. I have several of Nightshade because I'm using it on many pages. It's one of those colors that I use pretty much all the time, and you know. But I also like if I don't, if I have a budget set or set that I'm not. Like I've gotten it and I've decided that no, I'm not keeping it, and it depends on, like, if I'm selling the set, I'm not taking it apart, but if I'm just giving it to some place where it's going to be used, like, I don't know, like kids coloring set or something like this, I do tend to take darker colors out, just use them as shading colors randomly. Like, they won't be the darkest of darks, but they will still be dark colors that are handy to have near you on the desk. I've done that to several sets. I think the ones that I use now at the moment that are that happened like this are the Nayoni ones. Adri, I'm trying not to buy books. I won't color most of the book. I got one book of the main today. I'm sending it back because there is only a couple of pages that I will color. You have wonderful discipline, Adri, and I applaud you. I don't have that discipline. Like, I'm bad. Well, it depends. Like, in some books, yes, I wouldn't color, most of the pages. But if there are some pages that I really, really like, then I might keep the book because of these. But usually I go by art style more so than specific pages, almost. Now, here are the red purples. This is actually a bit too dark. I need something brighter. Inktanks have a good variation of blacks. Yes, Derwent stuff usually does, yes. Also, by the way, the drawing black, not this is not black obviously, but Derwent drawing black is really, really black. Like it's rich and creamy and black. They look Candace, they ate the luminescent shrooms and became a rare species of owls. They look like something from Stranger Things. Emma, for my dad, no meal was complete without bread. Anyhow, he found out he has quick. I always butcher the pronunciation of Kaylee. Oh, okay, I'm not saying that word, okay? You know, the bad tummy disease. So he's suffering now, poor lad. Oh. That sounds like it should be a short film. It's my passion to swatch and compare pencils. Yeah, I could do with somebody else doing that job for me. I don't really enjoy swatching that much. I enjoy using them more than I enjoy swatching them. Okay, so I need something that is... Ooh, oh, I'm taking you. I'm taking you. You, fuchsia. We're going to work well here. And I'm just going to add some of that pink in the areas on top and around where I put the black. And soften and have some interest. It just looks more fun. The color that I used here for doing the tree trunk, it's already, I don't know if it probably is, probably see better now because the pencil shine is now making it harder for you to see what is actually happening on this page. But what you used for the base colors, for the tree trunk, they were already interesting colors. They were granulating colors combined with neons. So I think they already looked pretty fun, on their own. But I wanted to kind of smooth them out and add a bit of interest here and there. Now, I don't know if you can see now the difference between here and there. I will put a little bit of white in there as well, but I want poly black white. I don't want very harsh white. I want a softer layering white. Kind of bring some areas out. Besides on watercolor, because watercolor grabs pencils so well, even poly white is going to stand out pretty all right. So I don't want really the heavy texture of Prisma white here. Okay, here. And if I now lift it a little bit, then you can see how, this part is different. Like it's smoother and a bit more polished than the rest of it. Hopefully it's visible. Oh my god, disco ball happens when I type glitter. What series is this? Luminance is finicky. I find luminance finicky as well. Anyone else as surprised as I am how badly performed so far the luminance in current pencil test? No, not at all. Luminance was never my favorite. to be honest. It's one of those sets that I've actually considered destashing. Their texture alone didn't really, it was something always about them that, you know, wasn't my thing. I've been talking about that in my videos as well. Yes, they are definitely, you know, a good quality pencil, but they're not for everybody. And after that, I thought I was the only one who felt like that, but after that, I found that quite a few people feel the same way. Auntie Chris, I managed to separate my books into books I'm definitely going to color someday, 60, and books I'll probably never color, so let's call them practice books, 15. You're still pretty good. Like, you don't seem to have excessive stash, which is fantastic. I tend to occasionally impulse buy books. You get, especially if you are watching other people's videos and admiring certain colorists' works, and you see their work in, you know, whatever book it is that, you know, suddenly starts appealing to you, and you just feel, oh, you know, if I did that, you know, this line art would definitely make me a better colorist. Not exactly like this, like, but you know what I mean. That sometimes your love, or, you know, hankering for the book is coming more so for somebody else's results in the book, that maybe, you know, I need to sit back occasionally, you know, do I actually love the line art in this book that much, or is it just because I love the works that this or that person has done in there, and how they've interpreted the line art, then I love the actual line art itself, because that can occasionally be a case too. Andrea, also, I'm so happy that Black Widows are doing so well. Yes, Black Widows are good pencils. Wendy, I love my luminance, but I did go through a hate phase with them at first. They are a pencil that you need to use to get used to them. Yes, there's something about the texture, specifically the texture, that just, no, they kind of like, I don't know, slippery. They kind of resist me almost. Oh, I don't know. It's hard to describe. But I prefer so many other pencils to luminance. At the same time, whenever I use them, I get good results. It's just I often don't enjoy the process as much. Sorry. Solo D20. Okay, I'm going to look for Solo D20 as well. I would like to follow you, so, you know, I can't go through your stuff at the moment, but I would like to at least find you. And Solo D20? Okay, now I'm... Okay, there's underscore. Underscore D20? Yay! I followed you. Ooh! I just saw the stuff, that one thing you put up there. You are fantastic. Oh my gosh. Is that, whose line art is that? Am I missing? It's a really cool image as well. What book is that from? But your coloring is just pure amazing. Like, this is not just coloring, this is painting. This is literally art. Pure artwork. Jana, Lumis are dry in my opinion. I agree. Emma, oh, I love switching. Mimosa. I have a winner. Picked a 10-year-old with pattern pages started with fine liners. Gladly, I still... Wow, that's quite a memory. I wouldn't remember the book or the fact that it was, which fine liners they were. Never mind the colors. Wow. I am in awe of you. Yeah, that's another thing that I am not good with, is the kind of like patterny pages or stuff like, mandalas, and not good at all. I've gotten a little bit better now when I've worked in more kind of like, I've learned to enjoy a bit of an ornamental or stylized page more than I used to. Okay, I need to put some darkness here. Yeah, you only see a bit of a pencil glare. You don't really see the actual result. The book would need to be at that angle for you to see very well what I'm doing, but hopefully you'll see something. So that's the page I'm working on right now while listening to LIVESTREAM. That you are fantastic. Solo is Star Wars and D&D fan. Am I right? Andrea, Annika need to challenge you then before you would detach your Lumi's. You should color with them on one of your live streams. Yeah, I can do that. I am fine coloring with them, you see, and I almost always, like pretty much every single time I've used them, the result was actually good. Like, they really are good pencils. They have good color choices, especially if you are looking for really useful and well thought through set of kind of neutrals. Lumis are fantastic at that. It's just, it's more so that it's the process that is problem. not that I can't get good results with them. I do get good results, but I tend to kind of curse at them a lot. Like, I agree with the dry, but they also feel kind of slippery is the word that I would use. They kind of tend to almost like catch on the paper, or like something is, I don't know. I prefer this is two camps almost. It seems to be. I'm in the camp of light fasts, and to be honest, my camp seems to be minority because a lot of people tend to prefer the Lumis to light fasts, and I really like light fasts. I think light fasts were kind of almost designed to complement Lumis, because they have a lot of people are complaining that their color palette is kind of incomplete almost, but they genuinely went for more so like creating a lot of useful and super light fast colors than creating a super cohesive palette, which I kind of get, what they're doing. In my case, I love the colors that are there, and I do find them very useful. The light fast aspect of them doesn't really bother me at all, because what do I care about light fasts? Like, my works are sitting in the books, never exposed to the light, so are they light fast or not? Who cares? Lucy, yes, I feel Lumis are dry, almost like chalk pastel pencils. Avatar bioluminescent coloring book. That is the paper good in that one, Solo? I'm actually curious. Avatar is not one of my fave. So it's not on my radar because I was never huge into Avatar. I don't know even why. Because when the first one came out, like everybody was into it. It was so huge. People went nuts over it. And I watched it. It's like, yeah, that's fine. It's like, it's okay. I don't hate it. But it never became one of my biggies. So I think I have seen that coloring book, but I never thought about actually checking it out because the subject matter wasn't really, doesn't really bother or interest me that much. But maybe I should just look at the line art because the line art there looked fantastic. The artwork was beautiful. Gorgeously detailed and, very well rendered and not kind of over fussy. Really beautiful. So I do like Star Wars and that. Oh, I love Star Wars. And Star Trek. Both. Very much. I'm a fan. Well, I'm not as big fan as like some people out there. I'm more of a fair weather fan. In a sense that, for example, the Star Trek older episodes, I could not cope with these. I think I tried to watch a couple and I was like, nope. No, nope. But I do like most of them. Okay. Oh, you're a dungeon master! Solo, that is so cool! Luminance is like using paint and a brush. Well, yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. Someone on Vinted wouldn't sell me her light vest because I said I was going to use them for coloring. Are you serious? Okay. What? What is their business? What you going to be using them for? That is gatekeeping, like at its bloody stupidest. Policing what people are going to do with them. What? That's just... Ugh. That's stupid. I'm sorry. Kind of took me aback, because like, really? Seriously? Okay, I'm going to put some of that here, because I left it too light there. Okay. I'm going to now drop that red violet in random areas. Especially a little bit on top of that really harsh black. Which will immediately change the tonality of it. That double page spread reminded me a little bit of our big dragon spread. Remember the one that I was doing last month? Yeah, she was like, oh, let me see if I can get a bundle of pencils together more suited for coloring. How snobbish is that? Ugh. Andrea, I have full set of Lightfast, but only 50 of Loomis as the price is way out of my budget. Solo, I'm making my husband rewatch Star Trek Voyager. Voyager was fantastic. Voyager was actually one of my faves. I liked Voyager a lot. I should rewatch some of the Star Trek again. Stargate is now on Netflix. Did you people notice? At least here. I am planning to have some fun with that. But they only have the SG-1, I think. I don't think they have Stargate Atlantis. Which I would like to kind of remind myself. I only saw that, I think, kind of, not even every episode. It was briefly on some platform that was accessible to me. And then I didn't discover it soon enough, the Atlantis version. And therefore I kind of lost the opportunity to watch it. Amanda. Oh, hi, Amanda. You're Amanda. Nice to know. That is fine that people have the same name. I don't think anybody else at the moment here is Amanda, so you are good. Now, I'm putting a little bit of that fuchsia here and there, just to add some interest. Softening. Okay, and here. Okay. So it's been so nice to meet everyone. He said, of course, I'm delighted that you're here. So nice to meet new people here as well. You know, it's good to come together with old friends, but then it's also lovely if somebody new joins us and, you know, make new acquaintances, new friends, widen our circle. It's all part of the fun. And, you know, we're all kind of slightly bonkers here, so it's very much come to the dark side. We have the cookies. There we go. And I'm gonna take the poly white now. Jan, oh, she's... Oh. I didn't realize that Ola had come to the room, and suddenly I hear this really deep, annoyed sigh behind me, and I jumped out of my chair almost. What are you up to?
Outside.
Oh, you're taking her out. Okay. Thank you. I think she was trying to quietly call the dog to take her, let her out for her late night wee. And she was like, I'm comfy here, I'm not moving. So she came in and had to pick her up, and she was like frustrated and sighed. And I didn't realize that yet she had come in, so I was like, oh, what is happening? How to give your mom a heart attack. Jana, Annika's channel is one of the best ones to hang out on. Oh, thank you, Jana. Did you hear about the Stargate cruise? No. Are they? Oh, yeah, I have some sort of a vague thing that, are they making a new one? I'd be all for it. I loved the heck out of Stargate. It was so much fun. It was camp as heck, but it was fun. Now I should do another owl now. So maybe a branch as well. And then another owl, maybe? Or should I, are you getting tired of looking at this page? Should I go to the deer page for a while? Okay, so I should... Oh, actually, I wanted to add a bit of, because the owl is kind of almost has a bit of a glow. I thought I'm going to throw some of that blue onto the surrounding branches. We're kind of like a tree trunk, a little bit here and there as well. Kelly, I don't Annika her channel and getting chattery one. Oh, highlights of the week. Thank you. Mimosa, my story with Star Wars, never seen a movie. One day my husband invited me to go watch one of them in cinema. I must say it caused me so much anxiety. I didn't understand anything. Never again. Yeah, I think if it was just like a random movie in the middle, it probably would be. It's like, what the heck is happening? Lucy, no one ever asked me in art store what I wanted the pencils for. Yeah, you seem to have a lot of pencil police around you, Emma. Oh. Solo, dude, the fine art community has a lot of gatekeeping. I had art class professors that gave me a hard time because a fantasy art wasn't real art to them. That is such bull. Such bull. I've heard that sort of attitude before. It's like, who the heck do you think you are? I'm sorry, you might have whatever credentials, but who are you to decide what is art and what is not? Ugh, I really dislike that. Oops. I might have put this. The problem with this brush is that it's so bleeding, so very juicy that it's hard to get like softer. I wanted actually to have slightly softer highlights here, but it just doesn't want to go down any softer than that. This is as soft as I get, it says. And maybe a little bit here. And a little bit here. And a little bit maybe here. And here. And maybe here. Okay. And let's try to soften them now. Okay. And okay. All right. I think that bit there is done. Andrea, Emma, Loomies are like chihuahuas. Solo, my art teacher said I couldn't draw. I could. I just didn't want to draw stupid coffee pots. Everyone, Auntie Chris, everyone have to make confession. It would seem that I'm so over alcohol markers. Forgive and bless me. We do. Forgive and bless you. So over. Gosh. What did they ever do to you? That they made you so over them. see, alcohol markers, like most other media for me, there are certain ones that I use like super regularly and almost like all the time, you know, every month. Something like that gets used because they're kind of my go-tos. But the rest of it, I really, really love having it there, because if I don't have variety, then I get bored, as you do. And if I want to keep it kind of fresh, then I need to have good variety of art materials. So if I feel like playing with something, then I have the option to just grab it and go for it. I can hear my son gaming in the other room. It seems to be something like that anyway. There's some sort of a passionate chat going on there. Yeah, no, sometimes I tell people I enhance illustrations. Exactly. Make it as highbrow as you want. Oh. Oh. Lucy, I got a free attack on an artist channel I follow, not by the artist, she is lovely, but some random commenter replied me, that person that colors in coloring books said it was okay. Ignore. Oh my God. Ah. Andrea, yes, this chat with Annika and friends is the absolute best. I cried a lot today, still going through a lot, yet here I am for a couple of hours of happiness. Oh, Andrea, big hugs. I'm so sorry that things are still crap for you. I hope you get to the better place soon. Gosh, this sounded very weird and final. Sorry, Andrea. Just, you know, heal. I hope you will. You see, and I was complimenting the artist's work, but for some reason, because I'm a colorist, I can't possibly be anything else. Oh, for crying out loud. I replied saying she should color some to remove the sourness of her life. Wow. Good job. That was a good comeback. Lucy. Nessa. Me and alcohol markers do not get along at all. I swear they hate me and act foul on purpose. Sure. You feel, Emma, the same. You feel like a bad member of the coloring community for not really liking. It's fine. We forgive you. Artsy. Oh, hi, Endo. Just messaging to say hello as it's time for bed. How are you, Annika? I'm fine. My tummy is weird, but I'm high functioning, so it's all good. And we're doing neon owls and talking about life and art as usual. Did you, Otsienda, did you know Jennifer's Day shout out on her latest video? It's amazing. Jennifer's, no, I didn't know. No. I didn't know that. What did she say? I missed that video, absolutely. Will anybody send me a link? What is it? Soul of real life is too short to be mad about everything. If someone's not hurting anyone, just leave them alone and let them do their thing. Exactly, Amanda. I really don't understand the need to bring somebody down to feel. The only reason I can see for somebody bringing other people down like that is to lift themselves, which by definition to me sounds like, you know, somebody that, you know, they have kind of a either like low self-esteem or kind of bad self-image, which is no excuse on taking it out on somebody else. But yeah, that's how it often happens. And I'm not excusing them, but yeah, to me that sounds that somebody's life isn't great and they're taking it down on, you know, down. They're taking it out on pretty much anybody who comes their way. Color by Adri, right? There are so many colorists that are amazing artists, but I think if you are a colorist, you also are an artist. If you're doing art and you know, playing with art materials and you're putting your own thoughts and creativity onto something, then yes, I think you should have a right to feel like an artist. Why not? That is also a term that has been hugely gate kept by art community. Just putting some extra color here. I think it looks better if I, you know, kind of have those branches here kind of like a different color. Otherwise, they would blend totally in with other ones. Oh yeah, I didn't say which color I used. I think I used the Delft blue there. And I'm now going to take the mauve. Just adding some interest here. I want it pretty dark. But I want to preserve that neon edge there. I don't want to totally kill it with the darks. Huh. I'm lucky that I'm lucky my art teacher also loves coloring books. In fact, when I'm not in the mood for drawing, she just tells me to color something on my books. That is such a lovely attitude. And I'm sorry that Tommy is misbehaving. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's kind of, that's fine. I live. Adri, I go to art class every Tuesday. Yes, you can find artists that are a bit snobbish because they went to a school for art. Okay. Jennifer Stay shouted you out in at least 3 of her latest videos. One of her Annika shoutout was on Jennifer's Langua 1.0 review. Yeah, because I'm the one who constantly, I think I became the gel pen person somehow accidentally because I did a couple of reviews or comparison videos back in the day. Well, not back in the day, last year. When I started essentially, when I'm working on my channel again. And then suddenly, you know, these became one of my most popular videos because I think a lot of people were looking at that information at the time. And, you know, it happened to be a good time to publish those videos. So everybody referenced them. And suddenly I'm the gel pen woman. It's like, I'm not even that much of a gel pen woman. But I did just make the big gel pens the movie, like Auntie Chris is putting it, video, because it was, I had promised it several times, and I finally kind of, it's a video that I tend to make those videos that I've been looking for myself at some stage. If you're looking for information and kind of a convenient place to find it in kind of one place or one video, and you can't find it, then when I eventually get the info together from different sources and experimenting and whatever, then these are the videos I like to make often. Huh. Well, that is so cool. Thank you. Jennifer Stay, thanks. I'm going to definitely check it out. Huh. I'm not on YouTube enough, it seems. She is so nice, though. Like, she is fantastic. I think she also is one of those people who makes those videos that are just pure useful. And you can, usually kind of, you can trust her opinion because she genuinely tests things and, tries them out. And mostly, I think she also kind of buys her own art materials and her own stuff to, experiment and try stuff. And she does a lot of research. So very, very useful videos. Lucy, I actually found you out through your Langua reviews. Exactly. I was the gel pen woman without even being that much of a gel pen woman. But yeah, people were looking for Langua reviews, and then they stumbled across me. And Aurelia didn't notice this video dropped today, and she says right in the beginning it was inspired by Annika, so it's impossible to miss the mention. Okay, I will need to watch it now. Oh no, this so exciting. As Jackie, your latest gel pen review was epic. So much information. Thank you. It took fleeting ages yeah. This week was kind of not a whole week, but these videos, like, it was long video, but it was way longer. The actual recorded material was way longer than the actual video. So yeah, it took a while to edit and film, of course, and then before that, kind of also put together kind of a framework for it. So yeah, videos like this take a lot of work, but they are useful. And I've noticed that videos like that, they don't, they stay relevant. That, for example, my water-based marker videos. Okay, sorry, the dog is shouting with me because I didn't put blanket on her when she arrived in the room. Sorry. Hello. You are such a diva. There, blanket. Happy now? Are you happy now? Sorry. We have a princess here. Yeah, Jennifer's channel is Coloring Bliss. Yeah, it's a very good channel. Super useful. She does a lot of kind of different review and practical and comparison videos, and she's very good at that. And she's just lovely with her dog. It's such a cute dog she has. Everybody's sorting the colors. Lucy, the highlight of my life was when I requested a comparison between the acrylic markers, and you made a video about it saying a viewer requested it. Just felt sad you were so ill that day. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad about it. My friend James says he doesn't understand why I color when I can draw. It's because I'm lazy. Someone else has done the hard work for me and I get to do the good bit. Exactly. Artistic 184, hi! Thank you for the epic gel pen video. It was awesome. Thank you. Lucy, but I was like, it was me. I requested it. Yay! Just making the comparison. Yeah, but you know, that's what I actually love when people ask for specific things, because then I know what people people are actually looking for, and I'm super happy to oblige. What is that, Shen? I thought it was a chicken. Yeah, Jackie Princess Shen. Oh. And I cannot imagine the work that goes into those videos. Oh, thank you, Endo. Thank you. Artistic 184 Rose. Oh, is that the okay? Nessa, I'm done coloring today. Did quite a bit anyway. Jana, me too, Nessa. That's exactly it. Yeah. So that's why I like coloring so much, to working out the composition and all the thumbnails and the color studies. There's more work in prepping to make painting than just painting. Exactly. Oh, hi. Oh, so sorry, Kristin. Yes, I should have said Kristin right away. I didn't think. Hi, Kristin. Jackie, adding color is the fun bit. To totally why I color and don't draw much anymore. Exactly. Exactly. I have the same pretty much attitude. Especially, it's also the variety, because if you do your own thing, it's just how, I don't know how to explain it, but if you color, you get to work and add character and your personality to so many different styles of artwork and so many different artists' work, than it would be just, if you were drawing. It's a different vibe. I don't know. I just kind of consider that a huge benefit, that I get to play with so many different art styles and so many different artists' works. Okay, so shall I put a bit of fuchsia here as well? Just to soften tiny bits, like where the lighter part is glowing through a bit too much through the dark pencil. I'm just going to put the fuchsia over it to kind of soften it slightly. But I'm still leaving the neon at the edges untouched. Should I put some white in there as well? In some areas. Okay, you here. Alrighty. And I need to do this bit of wood and these owls. What time is? Oh, we're not going too bad, like. See, it's all getting kind of shiny now with the pencil, so it's harder to see, but, this would be more like, you know, what this area would look as well, with a bit of extra shading and softening and a bit of extra color added as well. I should also do those leaves, figure out what I'm going to do with them, because I haven't really considered it. There's quite a contrast between the two pages. One is like supernatural, earthy, another one is neon. Lucy, I'm still in bed wrapped in blankets, but I got my book and I'm watercoloring the skin of the arms holding the fairy tales and folklore, and I'm watercoloring the skin of the arms holding the nest with eggs page. This book is very challenging to me. Yeah, it is challenging, but I need to get to that book. Actually, we should do that book in one of the live streams, because I need to get into it more. I do like it, but I do find it challenging at the same time. I don't have acrylic inks. Oh yeah, Jackie's work with water-based markers. This is just stuff of legends. I was like, how the heck does she do that? Just dropping in some white here and there. Because I don't want to do kind of like very full, very thorough pencil page here. I just want to add pencils as accents. Can you see now the owl? I think that's, I'm going to leave this owl. I need to do the branches now, so let me figure out what I'm going to do with the branches. I'm going to give them a little bit of fuchsia here at the bottoms, and then I'm pulling out, I think, acrylic marker, and I'm going to do the tips and maybe a little bit of a side with acrylic marker to bring them forward from the page. But I'm doing this with fuchsia. Jackie, I did record some footage this week, but saw that Joe at Piggy Pens uploaded the great ink background yesterday, so I don't know whether to edit and upload it now. Might be ink overload. No, Jackie, there's no ink overload. Besides, it's not going to be identical to what Joe is doing. You have your own very distinctive, and let me remind you, fantastic style. I don't have acrylic inks like this, you know, like the ones you used. I'm going to take some of the magenta here as well, just to add a bit of an extra. There you go. Post it, post it, post it. Oh. Let's see. And are you thinking to get the Lango Metallics? Notice today that they have acrylic brush metallic markers, not just the gel pens. I usually have been, so I think I've had one or two little sets. I think from Artex was one kind of like brush acrylic metallic markers, and another one was from a different company, but they are very similar anyway. And both of these I found were a bit of a disappointment. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get these. I would need to see somebody's review before I go and buy them. you know, what they look like, because I'm already slightly, you know, predisposed not to get them because I've had disappointing experiences with these ones before. But the metallic gel pens, very, very tempted. Very tempted. Because they're great for me, metallics I do often use just for kind of covering line art. And they give this fun, softer effect, whereas slightly kind of glamming up the page at the same time. Yeah, they're good for doing that. And I like the look. AJ, Annika Henry Body on Fairy Tale and Folklore. That's my project book. Yeah, sure. It's just, you know, don't expect me to be fast about it because I have a couple of bodies still left from March that I haven't even properly gotten into. As things got overwhelming here a bit for during the March. And I'm behind with my bodies, but I would love to do something there, yeah. But do you have a specific page in mind or something? Actually, I would take possibly a proper neon. Or maybe I could use one of these, because the less opaque ones here would actually work better. Adri, you can drop me a word on Insta about that, all right? You know, my handle in Insta is the same as YouTube, so it should be easy. Jackie, it wasn't too bad of a paper. Okay, that's about that. I love when people add an illustration with their own drawing. Yeah, that's so cool. Jackie has done some really cool ones. Jackie loved that book, Ecotopia. It's even better in person. Ecotopia? Did I? I don't think I know that book. I am putting my hopes on Zeke clear real brush watermarkers. They are fantastic. I love them. Auntie Chris, okay, everyone, I have finally posted a coloring thing on my Insta. What was your handle on Insta again, Chris? I know you actually. Okay, I actually should know that. Because we were in contact at some stage, and now I don't remember because my brain has holes in it. Oh, I think I found it. Big holes in my brain. Oh, cool. Oh, how did you do that? Oh, that is cool. The water effect in the Odyssey. I think it looks cool. You know the way you've done the swooshes there and the color variations? I understand why you're complaining about Alcohol Marcus, but that actually looks cool. I like it. Now, pink. Let's do pink. Now, if I don't want too much ink to come out, you know, if I want kind of like slightly softer coverage, like then, you know, these direct color ones, then I like these for that, or that style, which is like foam core ones. I don't have too many of them, but I kept the neons because, yeah, I like my neons. I don't care what people say. I like occasionally my neons. Okay. And they have kind of you don't even have to often soften them with a brush. You can put them on pretty softly, you know, with a bit of flicking like that. And, you know, create pretty organic effect without having to soften the edges with a brush. What I don't like usually is very distinctive, like, you know, I put a line around something. I don't like that look. I like when it's kind of more of a, yeah, a natural part of the object, the outlining. You see, I made an adaptation of Dragon Colored Magical Words by Johanna, and I love the process. Oh. AJ, it's fine, Annika. You can take all the time you want. You can choose. Okay, will you drop me a reminder onto the Insta so I will remember about it tomorrow, and I'll sit down with the book. But I will, you know, please please don't be annoyed with me if I'm kind of slow with it, because my typical way is also that, I might start it and I can't really, well, I can, but I don't enjoy pushing myself through the pages. So my best way for me to retain my enjoyment of coloring is if I just, work on the page when I feel that, this page is now calling to me. And I also get the best results that way if I don't, usually. But I have sometimes got some pretty decent results with kind of pushing myself through as well. Like last month's Occult and Folklore book page, I pretty much did very last minute because it was kind of in the middle of my moving and, rearranging everything, when I shouldn't have been doing that timeline-wise, but I didn't really genuinely have time. So I ended up pretty much, pushing through it within a couple of days. And I actually liked the result a lot. I think it came out fun. And yeah, the metallic gel pens are tempting. Exactly. I'm just not sure how metallic they are. Would be interesting to know your opinion. Let's see if I don't cave before you. Eric at Elm Colors has been working with Super Tips recently and is doing fabulous stuff. Yes, she has. Yeah, I saw her today's. I have this Saturday morning thing that somehow her posting schedule, and now YouTube knows as well, and he pretty much offers her video to me first on Saturday morning. So I take my shower, I drag my butt downstairs, I make myself fake coffee, because I don't drink real coffee anymore. And I sit down, sometimes with a bit of muesli, sometimes with just coffee. And, I wake up while watching her video. It's kind of my Saturday morning routine. Somehow, I don't even know how it happened, but it's Erica's video that I now kind of just by default watch on Saturdays. I just think she's such a lovely person as well. And also, I think her worldview and taste in books and movies, and, just kind of fits. So it's just lovely to listen to her. She's genuinely wonderful. And I would love to be able to, play Dungeons and Dragons. D&D. Yesterday I watched Jackie doing the squirrel one. Oh. I will need to sit down, actually. That would really be relaxing for me as well. I want to sit down with a couple of Jackie's videos and just watch her process, because her process is just so enjoyable. Watch. So relaxed. Should I go for another owl, or should I just... Actually, I should kind of finish that bit here, because this is finished. I want to do that glowing thing here. I want to put just a little bit of orange here. I'm not putting much color in there at all. I'm just kind of darkening the bottom slightly. Just adding a little bit of color variation, but I'm not doing very precise shading here or anything. Just adding a bit here and there. Neons, Jackie, neons are awesome for that little pop of a highlight, great for eerie subjects. Yeah, I don't only use them for eerie, I just use them for whenever I feel like it. I just think that they give this instant fun lift, and I've lately felt like I've needed it, so neons it is. Okay, and I'm going to drop a little bit of that orange in there as well. And now I need gel pens. Okay. these are the acrylic ones. Or will I take the... Actually, that yellow is a good yellow here. I might use that one. Things are falling. You're most welcome. I had never considered just grabbing a bunch of books and coloring random stuff and backgrounds and then be like, watched you. Yeah, it is liberating. It's so nice. I think that's one of the most relaxing things ever. Don't commit you don't have to commit yourself to a page. You just I'm just going to add a bit of a like highlights here so they would look more like, and maybe some dots here as well to kind of incorporate them a bit better. And in the same way, adding a bit of a dotting here. And also here, just kind of like almost made up little highlights for that, whatever it is, fungus, moss, plant. Okay, and now I am grabbing that green, which is the leaf green. It's actually too light for it. Okay, let's try the pine green. Diana, there is so much amazing talent in the coloring community. I learn something new every day. Yeah, you go to Instagram and, oh, my feed, if I go there, is just full the most amazing works. Originally, I'm still updating my new to me MacBook Pro with Touch Bar to the latest Mac OS operating system version. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm not even pretending to know anything about it. I don't have much knowledge about MacBooks or Mac computers. Well, for a long time. We used to have them. My first computer, actually, that I worked on was a Mac. But then we moved over to PCs, and I've pretty much been on PCs ever since. It's just something that you used to know. Okay, so I made this, and I'm grabbing that gel pen that looks, yeah. It's almost... There we go, and we have those, and I'm going to do the mossy bits. Okay, sorry, like this. I might add some extra dots possibly, just, so they would be kind of a bit magical looking. Emanating glitter, because that's what moss does. Some on the owl as well. So, yeah, that looks better. Lucy, in fact, in the past year, I've been binge watching channels every night. Oh. Only Chris, has anyone ever binge watched The Colorist like it's a Netflix show? Is that weird? If that's weird, then I've totally never done it. I have done it. I have done it with several colorists. I think the first one I did that with was colored by Elena. What's the name again now? She's a Ukrainian colorist. Does pretty much mostly almost exclusively pencil work. Absolutely amazing skill. Fantastic eye for composition, for color, for very, very specific and kind of a very individual style of blending. Just gorgeous works, and I was just mesmerized. I think I watched every single video on the channel, and there's been also several Russian very super talented colorists whose videos I've pretty much like everything that is there. Well, pretty much everything I watched. Tons of videos. Solo, I watch tons of videos, but typically just lurk. And today was the first time I really spoke up, and I'm glad I did. This community is wonderful. It really is, isn't it? It's so nice to just get together and chat and find we are like-minded people. That's the thing about it. And I think then the next one. Then I also watched at some stage Riri Wellingham pretty extensively. Because, her videos would have been pretty much mostly, you just watch her lives. I don't think she even does have actual, specific videos. I think she has the lives. Sorry. My smoothie is all gone, as you could hear. So I have to put up with just plain drink. See, what pins are these? Oh, these ones. These are at the moment my favorite acrylic pens. They are also happen to be, they're not the cheapest ones, obviously, as of course, then. I still do have the Longua 1mm acrylic gel pens, and I do like them. All right, colors are very good, but I find that these ones are juicier and more reliable. That they tend to almost never have any issues with working with any surface or much skipping or anything like that. They just seem to be easier to work with, and they are juicier. So I've lately been kind of veering towards these more so than I'm using my Longua ones. And I also like their some of the kind of the color lines as well, because there are certain colors that are really hard to find in gel pens, like some, really good dark yellows, for example, and oranges and pure reds and stuff like that. And their line has those colors, which, I've been missing. Okie doke. Yes, coloring with Elena. Yeah, she is fantastic. Oh, Pictured Purpose. Yes, her work is amazing. Elena is phenomenal. She's so smooth in her blending. Yeah, she has that. She's mostly using with pencils. Mostly using with pencils. English. That's not English today. She's mostly working with pencils, and she has that very specific way of blending that I've actually tried, and it's really cool. Totally, it actually works really well. If you kind of need to almost, for it to work like naturally really well, you need to have a little bit of experience and pretty clear idea of how colors blend. But basically, she often puts down mid-tone first, and then she brings then the darks into the midtones and kind of blends them together. And then she often does the highlights and brings them into midtones. So she has clearly in her head already when she's putting things down, you know, she puts her midtone exactly where it needs to be and then puts in lights and darks. And I really actually like that way of working. I often start with my darks. So it's just, you know, kind of a slightly different way of working. But I have tried that and it actually does work really well. And you do get really smooth blends. You see, I'm tempted by them guangdas. They are nice, yeah. I actually mentioned them in my video as well, I think. They're like super juicy and you have to put less pressure on them than the Langua ones for the acrylic ink or whatever it is to come out. And this is by the way rare, you know, to have really nice kind of a pure classic red in a gel pen. For some reason that's rare, and you know, they have those colors that I find hard to find in many other kind of. Usually it is either leans a lot to pink or it's very muted somehow, but this one is like pure strong red. Love it. Pally, I have a full set of Guangdong acrylic gel pens. I like them a bit better than the Langua. They are 1 millimeter. Also, barrels fit into hand nice. Yeah, they're really nice and chunky to hold on to. Yeah. Auntie Chris, I've already binged Annika and Jackie. I'm gonna binge everyone here. Or Ink and Hue. Yes. Yes, she is wonderful. Then Amberle, she used to be Amberle Silencia, and now she's like, I think, Amberle Colors. Her stuff is amazing as well. And she has kind of a fun detailing ideas and background ideas. And, you know, she's not one who posts like super often, but she has fun videos. So, like, there's so many, you know, kind of totally binge-worthy. Or Color and Collage by M has fun stuff on her channel. And she's very distinctive, very different work once again. Lucy Fox, a Karen Zucchini Kitty, yes. And Pamela's Passion for Colors. I think it was Pamela's Passion for Pencils, possibly. I'm not sure, you know, I don't remember 100%, but I know who you mean. Yes, she's also fantastic. Yana, Elena, once I was watching her and she had to stop and get to a bomb shelter. Yes, she's in Ukraine. Yeah. I think she's actually in Kiev. So, Jackie, I've binge watched DD. Yeah. She's her coloring videos specifically. But I have also binge watched. I was almost like halfway, like I'm going to get into art journaling because I like the stuff she was doing, you know, collage and art journaling, and then it's like, come to your senses, Aksik, you're not that into it, you know. Because I like the kind of an artsy bit and altering bit of it, but I never. I'm not big into kind of affirmations and, you know, encouraging quotes. A lot of them kind of feel a bit naff to me. So that style of an art journaling where there's, you know, a little, you know, exclamation mark sentences somewhere, you know, be yourself type of a thing is like, thank you, I'm already myself. I do not need to put it down in my art journal to remind myself. That's one of the things I am pretty convinced already about. So what did Lucy update? Sorry. Oh, Pamela left to take care of her family. Her husband was sick. Oh, yes. Yes. Polly put the colors on. Yeah. Otara Tripoli. Yes. Aliana, yeah. Aliana. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Aliana. Oh, sapphire colors. I've actually recommended here before, I think in my lives and on my channel. She's, but one of those colorists that when you see her work, immediately it was her work. I love when that happens, that you can just recognize by just looking at her pages that, yeah, that's her. She is wonderful. I think we did, myself and Emma and herself, we did a body color at the end of the year. And I just loved her work. She's had a bit of a rough, kind of a family times also lately. There's some bereavement and stuff like that. And she was kind of away a little bit for a little while. Wasn't posting or coloring much. But I think she is kind of trying to get back into it now again, which I hope she will. Corey from Watercolor Wanderings. Okay, Corey and Colorfully Optimistic, yes. Jackie, I love looking at collage, but that's a rabbit hole I do not want to go down. I know, because I know if I actually got into it, I would totally go mad for it. And on top of my coloring books, I would start getting loads of kind of old second-hand books and collage books. There's like a whole new set of mad, kind of stuff, supplies-wise to get. Although one thing that I have to say, I already have all the materials to actually put collages together. I have necessary notebooks. I have, all the kind of different types, kind of glues and paints, and all that is already there. But yeah, the images, I can just imagine the amount of images and cutouts and different old magazines and books and whatnot that are going to make its way here. And it's like, nobody needs that. Sorry? Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Treasured books is so fun too. Chris Cheng is, Chris Cheng is who I give a deep bow to. I have learned so much watching her. Oh yeah, her pencil pages, or any pages she does, really, she's pure amazing. And she's one of those people who does, really well put together and super thorough kind of a color alongs. And if I was more of a color along person, I would have definitely, in the beginning, colored with her. But I can't do color alongs. I just can't. Because I can follow somebody for a very short while, or take some hints or tips from them. But then I want to go and do my own thing. I just can't. But you can learn from the color alongs without having to exactly replicate what the person is doing. Oh, hi, Color Mama. Where? Did I miss somebody? I probably missed somebody. If I did, I so apologize, because I might be a bit behind with the text. Yeah, Lucy's just disappeared. Nessa, I'm thirsty and need a snack, but it's downstairs. I don't want to miss anything. Fun or dehydration. And you can collage the coloring page, I know, and I've seen it done, quite a few colorists. Like Color and Collage by M, for example, is another. Sapphire Colors is another one who does really cool stuff. So I have seen it done. I really like the look. But as I said, I'm not sure I want to go down that rabbit hole. I can do paper piecing or, kind of like a washi tape effects and stuff like this. That one wouldn't probably prompt me to go down absolute madness of new paper supplies. But I'm almost afraid to go there because it sounds like something that I might actually get into. Sunlight. Oh, Lily from Art Journey UK, her reviews and comparisons are awesome. I have to actually check her out. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I watched her, but I haven't watched her for a long time. Jackie, when it comes to collage, then I'm thinking, what will I do with the finished items? At least coloring books sit on my bookshelves and are reasonably easy to store. The collage, the only way I would do collage would be in a style of kind of like art journaling, that it's still contained, that I don't do like huge canvases or anything, that I contain them into like sketchbook style of stuff. And in this way, I can see myself enjoying it. I wouldn't want to go into the canvases and kind of, huge paintings territory either. And it's like the place is full as it is. Lily Moon Art. Okay, I don't know her. Kristin, I am now swatching the Staedtler pigment pens. These are nice. Yes, I like them. They're great for basing as well. I should be kind of working with them more, actually trying to... I know how to blend with them, but I often, I tend to use them more as like for basing, especially for the books that don't like water-based markers much, kind of like double-sided, but don't like water-based markers. So often... even though you can't use water-based markers, you can still get the base down with the pigment pens. So that's how I've been so far using them. I have done a little bit of blending with them, and I really like, what you can do with them. And it also, of course, depends, like on water-based markers as well, it depends on the paper, how well or how bad they work. Coloring Chemist is fantastic to binge watch. Okay, grabbing a drink, don't do anything monumental. It's not easy being green. Oh. Adi, you should check to see if Jazzy Doodle Designs has already swatched your brand. If she has, everything will be in proper order. Yes, she has really good swatches. Sorry, once again, going to blow my nose. I don't know what now happened, but my nose decided that it's going to be nice and blocked. Oh, yes. Talking about Coloring Chemist. Yeah, she is so good. She applies her scientific brain to coloring, and it's such a joy to almost kind of like watch how she kind of comes to certain conclusions and how she tests things, how thoroughly she tests, and her swatches and the way she combines sets, and she's like super thorough doing that. Her brain clearly relaxes somehow, when she is organizing and swatching her stash. And we get to benefit from that hugely. Because you get loads. And then she often also explains why things work. They do the way, you know, they do work. Based purely kind of like a scientific point of view. And it's so cool to have a person like that in our community as well. We have so much kind of very different types of personalities and jobs, and it would actually be kind of almost cool to have this tag for YouTubers and possibly kind of Instagrammers as well, and of this "who am I" type of a tag. And you don't need to give much personal information, like, you know, very close personal information, but just, you know, give an idea what your field and what do you do outside of coloring. Because there will be so many cool and differing and varying answers there. Nessa, I have returned with snacks. Pass them around and no hoarding. What snacks do you have? I had Connie in the background one day and I swore it was Melissa McCarthy talking to me. Uncanny. Actually, now I have to test it. And now that you've said it, I possibly will hear it and then can't unhear it. She's just such a joy to listen to. No. Hey, why am I doing the tree trunk? I can do that tomorrow. Maybe I should do some of the owls. That would probably look more interesting to you. Auntie Chris, I learned a ton about wax versus oil pencils from her. Made me think we should rank colored pencils like graphite, H, or B instead. Yeah, there should be. The ranking shouldn't be not oil or wax. It should be soft, hard, and then dry, combined with levels of dry and wet is a wrong word. Gooey, greasy. Because that's actually how my brain, well, and it also makes more sense. Like, for example, Prismas are super soft, but also kind of, you know, greasy, you know, gloopy pencils. Color Softs are also very soft, and I think just as soft, but they are dry, much drier pencils. So it's not just softness and hardness, it's also softness combined to the feel of the pencil. Oh, I don't know if that makes any sense. If I'm future editing, Connie here. Current chemist looks like and sounds like I'm income tax lady. Wow. Gooey is definitely the way to go. Nessa, this is such a nice chat. Great to hear people have similar experiences. Exactly. That's why smooshy is a good word. She is very cool to watch. And I also like her, like, I like both her like very analytical videos, but I also really like her style of working and her style of pages. So it's like double whammy. Absolute joy. Okay, what is happening? All right, so let's put some color into you, Mr. Owl. I think you're a mister. I think that's a lady, and that's a gentleman, and that's a young one. In my head, anyway, there's nothing that actually tells me that that's so. Holbein pencils, I can't explain those. Not so soft, smushy, but not like poly either. But do they feel more dry or more kind of soft, silky? Okay. Because then they would be maybe, are they very soft? Are they as soft as Prismas? Like, I've never tried. I would be able to put some name onto them if I've ever tried a Holbein in my life. But I can only really rely on, you know, what people are saying about them. And I've heard so many differing opinions about them, from they are not as soft as Prismas, they are softer than Prismas, they are smooshy, they are not smoothy, they are layering pencils, they are blending pencils. Like, people, make up your minds. My son is really excited about some sort of a chat there. He's doing his gaming chats. I don't even know what he's playing at the moment. I think he's doing some sort of a Minecraft thing at the moment. Possibly. I wouldn't swear on it. Okay, I'm going to give you a bit of a lid here. Okay? I hope you can live with it. Soft, silky. Okay. But not as kind of a greasy as Prismacolor, clearly. Okay. Holbeins resigned their own neighborhood. Oh, hi, A and C hand. Sorry, I didn't notice you coming in, but hi. If I didn't say hello to you before, I apologize. Sometimes I lose track in the chat. Jackie, I only just got Holbein to try. I'd say silky is a good word. I am so curious about them, but I still haven't committed in my head to getting them. Let's put some darkness here as well. I want some. I want to have deep set eyes. I think I'm going to put even some black in the corners there. Not greasy, okay. Auntie Chris, the only description of Holbein that I need is bloody expensive. That is definitely true. Whatever else you describe them as. Silky, perfect description. Okay. I am amazed at the pages Connie does with Pitt Stedler pens. That is definitely her niche. The pages are beautiful. Yes. And I like her palette a lot. Like, sometimes it's the palettes, like, sometimes I would like to work in really subdued, very kind of a vintagey palettes. And somehow, even if I try to start a page like that, I somehow still veer into hitting the page with color at some stage. I'm going to take some of that magenta here as well, just to vary the color here a bit. And there's always that moment that, you know, I've been trying and I've been working and it actually does look pretty muted. And then it's just, you know, something is missing. And then I hit it somewhere with color and I'm suddenly much happier. So I just think I'm supposed to have really saturated, colorful pages. That's just my lot in life. Thank you very much. Wyndham Art has Holbeins for $4.65 each. They are too expensive, yes. Yeah, now your Holbeins are my top shelf pencils, and I love them. Lucy, I'm so against using oil and wax strums because that explains nothing. Exactly. They all have oil and they all have wax. So why the heck would I, describe them as oil pencils or wax pencils? Because all of them are both. And yes, they might have, they always have more one than other. But even that doesn't really explain much. There should be different classification. And just telling us that this is a layering pencil and this is blending pencil doesn't really explain much either, because you can, with some layering pencils, you can also do blending. For example, with polychromos, I can pretty much do anything. I can do blending, I can do layering. So, that doesn't really give me much either. Patricia, as someone who is a die-hard polychromos fan, I find Holbeins challenging to layer. For me, they're more for blending. Okay. Oh yeah, Kristen, I wish I could stop at Connie's house and just play with all her markers. Her water-based marker stash is just, I would like to get my hands onto it. Because she has some really good, cool Kuretake and all sorts of different brush markers that I would love to play with. It's like, yes, please. And we drop into her house together, just kind of a little surprise visit. Hi, Connie. And we play with your markers. I'm sure she wouldn't call police. Jackie, I think it's fair to say Holbein are unique but in the pencil world, beautiful pencils, but out of my league budget-wise. Yeah, same here. Like, if I could get them from somewhere with like the prices they sell them in Japan, or at least price very close to what they actually sell them in Japan, because the price outside of Japan is not just a little bit higher, like it's crazy higher. There's really like no proper explanation why they have to be that much more expensive outside of Japan. It almost feels to me like artificial. That crazy price hike the moment they get out of Japan. So yeah, it doesn't make sense. They're not cheap in Japan, but they are on the level of kind of other, and even cheaper than kind of other decent quality pencils. But they're just mad in the West. Lucy, I describe as translucent, opaque, soft or hard, and silky smooth or creamy. Yes. These are good descriptors. I would do that. Yeah, the translucent and opaque is another kind of a category that I definitely would call out. Like in my pencil, all my pencils, all my art materials videos, I think that's pretty much, one of the main things that I paid attention to. I kind of classified my pencils as. I find that gives me the best information for understanding. Okay, and I'm going to put, I need to get this is the, that magenta, or I want the red violet. Yeah. And I'm putting tiny bit of that on the beak. Later on, I put some shadow there as well. Auntie Chris, you cold weather lovers can go to Connie's house in Canada. I'll go visit Adri or Lucy. Yeah, that would work. That would totally work for me. Canadian climate would suit me to a T. Jackie, I find descriptive words hard for pencils because sometimes I blend pencils that are opposing pencils, but get them to work together, all very random, and that's why I advocate playing so much. Exactly, just combine your sets. Also, you can get pretty, decent results with some quite budget pencils as well. The most expensive ones are not always necessary. But I still have to say that polychromos are wonderful workhorses. Very glad to have them. Prismas are unique. I know that, they can be problematic, but they are unique. And for what they are, they work exactly, what they're meant to. And they have really good palette. It would be cool if we could teleport. Yes, Kristen. Oh, Sugar Sweet. Yes, Nessa. I think I watched one of his videos, and he did say that he is now, I think they're like, it's pretty much agreed now, and he's going to be making his own brand of pencils. That could be interesting because I like his pencil reviews. I like that he's not only reviewing artist quality stuff, that he pretty much reviews anything he can get his hands on, and that he reviews them for what they are. He's not looking them to have, I don't know, Lightfast ratings and whatnot. He essentially reviews them as budget pencils they are. So, and he can sometimes give like really high ratings for fairly obscure little budget pencils, and I really appreciate that. And I also like that his reviews are usually pretty kind of they're really easy to absorb. He manages somehow to keep them pretty kind of precise and pretty quick in a way, but at the same time you can clearly see that he has experimented with them, he has played with them, he shows what he's doing with them. He talks to you about, what I especially find really valuable is his opinions about the palette of the pencils, because I often agree about his opinions about what colors are missing and what are good, what are not very successful, and so on. You mean, Jackie, you mean Prismas have quality control issues? Because I think polys are pretty good quality. I don't think I've ever had any issues with polys. And Prismas, I hear people having issues. I remember having one or two pencils about 15 years ago when I first got them that had issues, but I haven't had any problems with any of the kind of newer ones I've gotten. So I guess I've just been somehow lucky, you know, which I very much appreciate. Don't get me wrong. This is now the magenta. And previous pencil that I used was indigo, because I use that everywhere. For those wanting Holbein, I recommend the site Wafu. Okay. Sugar Sweet is so kind to, yes, he doesn't bash anything, even if it's the pencils that he clearly doesn't really like much or doesn't think of much. He's not being nasty about it. He's still being, you know, pretty kind of polite and kind. But he also makes it clear that, you know, those are not his pencils. And not just, you know, saying that they're crap, but, you know, explains why and, you know, what could be done possibly maybe, you know, to improve them and so on. So I really like that style of reviewing. Okay, yeah, I've actually seen Waffle as well, but the same way I was not sure, you know, how okay they were. Like, could I actually, you know, trust to buy from there? Because I tried to read some reviews, and the reviews were also like pretty from wall to wall. Some people said they're fantastic. Some said no, they're rubbish. You know, I never got my stuff. So, because I wasn't looking for pencils there, I was actually looking for the Holbein gouache, kind of the Irodori sets that I would like to. I have the autumn set. I would like to get the winter and the summer set, possibly eventually, but definitely the winter set, because I really like the the Holbein gouache, and I like these colors. But you know, the prices on the Wafu were pretty good. But then when I tested with the shipping, you know, the difference, yeah, they were still somewhat cheaper, but the shipping brought the price up a good bit. So you really have to pretty much go to the to the checkout almost to see what the actual shipping would make, you know, be to make your mind up, you know, if it's going to be cheaper. But the pencils will definitely be cheaper because, you know, the price difference between the Wafu and Wafu, not the Wafu, and the other sites I've seen Holbein pencils on is pretty huge. And then sometimes I see Prismas that are split down the whole barrel. No, I haven't seen. I've seen other people showing them, but I've been quite lucky not to have any pencils like this. Oh yeah, Kali, Pablos are lovely. I like Pablos a lot. They are more demanding, a little bit more demanding on the paper than Polly's. But I tend to enjoy their color palettes a lot. Like, in a way, I like Pablo's color palette almost better than Polly's, but they are more capricious. Like, Polly's are okay with most papers. Pablo's are kind of, it's almost like weird with them sometimes, because you think, you know, that paper should be, you know, really good for any layering pencil, and Pablos don't like it for mysterious reason. And then you try them on a paper that, you know, shouldn't really be good for them, and they really love it for some reason. So it's like you just have to try them before you can predict if they're going to be doing well on specific paper or not, which is kind of funny, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, I'm going to put some little, I'm not going to outline all the little feathers on its chest, but I'm going to do a little bit, just to add a tiny bit of texture here, because the belly looks a bit boring. Yeah, and I'm going to drop some white in there as well. Possibly here I need some Prisma white, because I need something. Nessa, I find Prismas at local thrift shops too. I love finding them, and yes, I buy them all. Oh, that would never happen here. Absolutely never. Prismas are not very common here in Ireland to start with, because they're just hard to get here. So people who do get them here possibly, you know, like they wouldn't just, you know, drop them in a thrift store type of a thing. Because they're, you know, specifically looking them for specific reasons or whatever. You're more likely possibly, you know, find things maybe like, well, I haven't, and it's super rare, but, you know, maybe Derwent stuff, or even Faber-Castell, you know, which is pretty popular here, or Goldfaber stuff, which is also Faber-Castell, I know. But, you know, these I could imagine finding here in the, you know, kind of a thrift store, but definitely not Prismas. I have 2 Pablo pencils and I do love them too, but they are more expensive than Holbein's. Really? Okay. I got my Pablos with, well, the reason I have them is because I got them with very good price. Otherwise, I wouldn't have them. Like, I wouldn't have paid absolutely mad, because they sometimes go up to really mad price, and then they occasionally come down and they're like reasonable. You know, they're almost in the level of kind of like stuff like Polychromos, maybe, you know, Polychromos on a good day. And then, you know, on Amazon, kind of like offer days. So I got them when they were on the offer like that on Amazon. So I got my Pablos with the, you know, very, very reasonable price. Totally a price that I'm absolutely willing to pay for them. So. And I do like them a lot. I actually now, they are really nice in, not all, but a lot of mythographics. Just love that. They just love that paper. But it depends on which, you know, publication of mythographics, but in some of the mythographics, they are just pure amazing. Really enjoy them there. And of course, I love the colors. Jackie, Pablos are expensive here. All Caran d'Ache are pricey. Yes, true. But the quality is so good. Yeah, that I have to say. But, you know, whatever you think of luminance or whatever, but the quality is fantastic. Like, they're just lovely pencils to hold. And all of them, you know, work beautifully. There's no issues with any of them. So on. And they do also have very nice darks. It's just I do tend to go more for, I need to sharpen again, so sorry. I do tend to go more for the darks in the light fast set. I have actually quite, like, somehow it has happened that I have quite a lot of light fasts. Okay, I'm now putting that black here in the corners as well and underneath the eye, because I want them eyes to be like really deep set, and also the beak. I want to put some extra dark here underneath the beak. I want some extra dark here in the corners. Bring it a little bit here. The eyes would be like real dark. I don't know if you can see it well there. Like the pencil glare slightly kind of kills what it actually looks like. For you. I don't know if I want to do a little bit working over with that. That kind of helped me at smoothing things out a bit here. That's the, yeah, you probably all know, that's the Caran d'Ache blender, which I like a lot. My other blender I really like, which has totally different feel, is Derwent blender. Or you're comparing the pencil prices wherever you're living? Unless you got the ChromaFlow 72 set. It's a lovely set. ChromaFlows here in Brazil are almost the same price as Prismas. Here Prisma is 260 USD and ChromaFlows 310, which is still quite high. Like you can sometimes get them here with very good deals. They're not always, like this also varies, you know, what price Amazon currently kind of asks for them. But occasionally you get really good offers for the likes of ChromaFlow or kind of a Derwent stuff. You almost never get good deal for color softs, and this is actually one set that I am looking deals for because I have incomplete set, and the only art shop here in Ireland that sells them only sells 36 of the 72 set. For some reason they only sell 36 colors. So I was like, okay, that's helpful. So I'm trying to, like, I have some colors that are missing, and I would actually gladly, you know, if the price was good, I would get a full set of color softs. They are demanding, but if, like, to the paper, but if they do like the paper, they are fantastic, and I love the colors. Solo, in my opinion, a lot of professional sets are as expensive as they are for the light fastness. Yes, that's true. Not necessarily because they function better. And since it's in a book, the light fastness is unnecessary. I agree to a certain degree, but you do get higher pigment load. You truly do get higher pigment load in good quality pencils. Like, there is a huge difference in any of my sets. Like if I put down light fast and if I put down any of other even really good budget sets, the pigment load you get, you know, just, you know, for the one simple layer is the difference is big. Especially like you just don't get pencils as dark as you know, I want to sometimes in kind of true budget sets. You get them you get usually couple of decent enough darks in cheaper sets, but never anything as truly dark as you would get in, for example, Light Fast or even Luminance, which, yes, isn't my favorite, but I do have to admit that their darks are fantastic. And like, they are really, really deep darks. And to me, often darks are more important. You know, the most important pencils often in the set are the darks. Because that's how you get your kind of a depth and contrast, you know, having nice darks. Okay, I am missing here something. I want to increase, I need to expand my polys from 12 to full set. Okay, my only other oil pencils are Spirafarben, and they're too soft. Spirafarbens have heard of, have never tried. Solo, finding that sweet spot where it's affordable but works well is my favorite place to be. If you want to try Woomers, fantastic pencils. Yeah, no, I have a groundhog that has made a burrow under my potting table, which is right under the art porch room. Suspect there might be babies or babies soon. I see it waddle around daily. Oh. Lucy, here they come straight from Switzerland, and the currency is 1 to 8 of Brazilian reals, so they will be at least 8 times more expensive than the original price. Ouch. For up 80, I get almost everything on Amazon. So Amazon US price, like Prismacolor, I like $130, which is a very good price for them, I find. Like, for that price, yeah, you know, that's a lot of pencils there for $130. That's fine. But, you know, if I were to buy them, for example, if I wanted to buy a set, let me actually check for, out of curiosity. Like, I'm going to the only website here in Ireland that sells them. Here, let me see if I can get to that site and to see what the price was, because I was looking at some stage and thinking, are you serious right now? I don't know if they have sets here. I don't think they have set at the moment. They used to have a set as well. But individually, they are €385 per pencil. And it was very much reflected in the full set price as well. So I would only buy from there if it's like pencil emergency. My full set came direct from Amazon US, because even with shipping, it worked out so much cheaper than trying to buy them here. It is what it is. I'm just dropping some of that color here as well. I'm just, you know, I like taking the colors kind of across the page. Okay, this was a boo-boo. Yeah, that worked. Pencil slip. The only exception here is Colorsoft and Pro Colors. They are always reasonably priced. Both are good pencils. I like them both. Pro Colors is one of the rare, interesting pencils, in my opinion, that are hard and on opaque side, which means they're really good for doing, if you're working on dark background, but you know, the always slightly rougher background. So if you want to bring out softly lighter details, they are fantastic for that. Just the way I'm often using, for example, the Faber-Castell Black Edition. I can't do Crayola pencils. I have genuinely tried. People keep saying they're great. Jackie does fantastic stuff with them. I've seen so many colorists, you know, love them and appreciate them and do amazing stuff with them. And I have tried, and yes, I can, you know, do a decent page with them. I can do decent coloring with them. Do I enjoy the process? No, I don't. And if I don't, then, you know, like, this is not what it's all about. If I do have options of pencils that I do actually enjoy coloring with them, then why ever would I fight with Crayolas? So no, they're not my pencils, I have to say. Okay, and now I need to do the gooey stuff. I don't think I'm going to give this one as much outline as this one. Maybe I will only do like almost that side, or maybe from here. Let me see. Okay. Kohinoor. I'm sorry, I'm going against the flow here probably, but I didn't enjoy the Kohinoor ones very much. Granted, I only tried one small set, which was a kind of like I think it was skin, a portrait set, or kind of a bronze. I think it was portrait set, yeah. And I did not enjoy how they lay it. They kind of got this weird texture to them. It almost went on uneven or blotchy. You know, if you layered too much, they kind of became blotchy. I don't know. You say I'm the crazy alchemist, so believe me, I have tried. Oh, hi, Laurie. How are you? I didn't see you coming in immediately. Sorry if you felt like I'm ignoring you. I'm not. Originally, the most expensive colored pencils to buy here in the US are the discontinued Charisma colored pencils. Okay. Yeah. I would not pay that money for pencils. Nope. Solo, yeah, you're in US. Okay. Polychrome matches almost number to number to polychromos. Huh. Oh yeah, I think I've heard about that before. That Lyra and polychromos are very matchy. Nessa Crayola for mapping out colors and for very subtle color shifts. I've tried them, and yes, I can work with them, but I just, as I said, I don't enjoy the process. Lyra Polycolor seems to be one of those pencils that the people who like them are like diehard fans of them. And, you know, they're like really, yeah, they're great. They're absolutely amazing. And then there's opposite camp that absolutely do not enjoy them or are very kind of ambivalent about them. That, yeah, you know, I've had worse pencils type of a thing. And I would be kind of in that I've had worse pencils camp. I found them on the harder side, which, no, I don't mind. But it really took a lot of work to kind of layer them up. I don't think, you know, that it was hard to convince them to give me any pigment. So no, I wasn't particularly particularly enamored with them. But I have, like, I know at least a couple of people, and one of my kind of viewers who often comments on my videos who was a really huge fan of them. And, you know, I do trust her opinion. She's very knowledgeable and, you know, clearly knows what she's talking about. It's just we sometimes have differing kind of a appreciation for kind of a different things. Kohinoor is extremely comparable to Prismas. In fact, Lyra's brother created Kohinoor or vice versa. Okay. Polychromos are better than polycolors. Yes, I would agree with that. But it's also kind of like a matter of almost preference. They have totally different, from what I understand, the binders in them are quite different as well. They just feel very different from most of the pencils I've ever tried, the polycolors. Kind of a very unique pencil. Not necessarily that, you know, unique, you need to try it, it's fantastic and unique, but, you know, it depends. They have the diehard fans, as I said, but I'm not one of them. No, I gave you a bit of an outline as well, just for the funsies. And should I put a little bit of just some extra. I put it on the wrong side, of course. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have put the highlights coming from a different side, but they could also come from that also. It's fine. Yeah. I'm not overdoing it. I don't want to put too many of these highlights in. Just little glints here and there. I need eye dots. Actually, I would like to make quite a few dots here. Okay, and I'm putting a little bit here in the beak, just for the fun of it. And now I need my thin white. Where is it? Where's my thin whites? Oh, who's leaving? Sorry. Oh, good night, Jackie. Sorry, I didn't see you leaving. But have a good day. Hi, Jackie. Bye, Jackie. Nagging dog is demanding his walkies. Say hi to Hamish. Okay, so I am going to see now. Now, because now I have some wax and oil down here, this can be these actually, they're probably not the ones I wanted to pick up. Sorry. I'll take the needle nose ones. There's sometimes, let me get it going. What is going on? This one usually goes very well. Okay, I think it's starting to go now. Yeah, it's going now. Okay. This is very subtle, and also with the white, like thin white gel pens like that, they take, at first when you put them down, they don't look much. They do develop and become brighter and lighter as they dry. So instead of kind of going stronger and, you know, putting more in, you're better off waiting a little bit. Now, and these are going to be like very subtle, very thin lines, because I'm essentially like super softly flicking in just to give the bird a bit of texture. But not overdoing it. Okay, what did I miss here again? Adri, still here, still watching. Oh my gosh, Adri. Oh, that's a long time to swatch. And I'm just finding out that the case I ordered from Amazon for 220 was not big enough for 168 acrylic markers. Oh, you have 18 without a place in the case. Oh, that is a pain. Which pencils are they, Callie? I kind of lost the track here. Polycolors? Night green, that is wonderful, dark, deep green for shadows. Okay, I actually need to remember that, because I'm always looking for good greens. This is one of the kind of the main things I tend to, it seems, I'm constantly looking good for additional good dark greens. I think I've had only 2 pencils from Lyra Polycolors. I have one kind of a dark brown, and I think I have yellow ochre. They came, I think I had, for a very short time, I had a subscription for some sort of an art box, and they sent like 2 pencils, you know, like they do, you know, they put kind of variety of stuff that fit color-wise and whatever project they have in mind for you for that month. So they had 2 polycolors in there, and that's how, the only way I really tried them. I don't have full set or anything. So okay, and now I need to take, I want to create some flicks here. And here, this one went a bit over. So I'm going to push you out. Okay. Nessa, Annika, we were talking about darker colors before. I remember just now Stadler has granite tinted. Oh, I have those. They're really nice. I wouldn't say they work better. They have brighter colors. They, you know, are more intense colors than the graphitins. So I like to have kind of like a combination of the 2 sets, which essentially gives you a set of like 34. Sorry, 34. 36. Of like graphite, soluble graphite, water soluble graphite colored pencils, which are really cool. I find that the graphite tint has too many grays. I understand why, you know, it's graphite, you know, grays. but I think they should have really pushed for, you know, more interesting, you know, more intense colors into there as well, which Stadler has done. So I think they complement each other really well. Okay, let's pull a couple of hairs down onto the nose like that there. Okay, and let's put some here. Just very gently, some white. And I might soften it with a blender a little bit if I feel it went too intense. And I'm just putting some white dots in there as well, kind of like a highlights on the feathers to add some interest to that belly of it. Okay, and I might take the blender. I'm gonna click that on. I might take that one and maybe, you know, kind of a soften the tips of the lines. They wouldn't start so starkly. Yeah, never soften it here as well, and here. Okay, I'm tilting it now. You probably can see a bit better. This is where we're going. Like quite a lot of the page is now done. I have this all to do, and then I think this bit needs to be done from the tree as well, and I need to add some pinks there. So I might add some extra pinks and some highlights there in the tree bark as well. And then I need to do this bottom part and those branches and that owl. And then, you know, those go very fast, those little mossy things. So that won't take very long. Graphite, not granite. Originally, I wish Derwent would come out with 32, 48, 72, and 100 centiset on the Graphitent line of water-soluble pencils. It would be a hard call to, you know, be able to do actually kind of like 120 graphite pencils, because essentially, you know, all you do there is you add gray. You know, you add pigment to what is essentially a gray, and certain colors just won't work. Like, it's a challenge to do a yellow, for example, that, you know, really works as yellow, if you know what I mean. If I'm being clear, I might be, you know, not a very good explainer. But I don't think that's ever going to be a viable option. They might expand, or what I would like that they would kind of edit their colors a bit, because I do find that there's a little bit too many grays. That they should concentrate on some bit more intense colors and not have that many grays in there. But this is also a matter of opinions, you know. My opinion might be totally different from many other people's. Yeah, the shininess of the kind of the glare of the pencils is now making it hard for you to actually see what I'm doing here. I have the kind of like a desktop thing that I can keep the book slightly propped up. I should probably use that when I'm doing the live streams, when I'm doing pencils, because then you would actually see well what I am doing. I compared side by side. I found the dough and graphite left some lines behind, pigment that didn't blend down. Could be user. I don't know. I've had pretty much almost identical experience with them. I don't think it's a user error. It might also depend on the paper. Probably, you know, how heavy hand each one of us used and so on. I don't know. I've essentially kind of felt that they were almost identical, but it might totally not be the case. You know, you might totally be right. And Stadler ones, actually. Stadler ones, you know, they are more intense. I have to say that. They kind of give more of a color output than graphitins do. I do like them. I do wish they were, you know, the set was bigger. It's great for buildings and ground and stonework and rocks and that sort of stuff. Nessa, we can also get tubes of water-soluble charcoal and graphite too. Yeah, I don't, but that's one of the things that hasn't been calling to me so far, so I'm good. I think pencil form is just more convenient for me because I wouldn't really use them in a big areas. If I wanted to put big area down, I would put it down on the like the watercolors, no, something like mix myself or use granulating watercolors. I would do that. Graphite plus color combination is really pleasing to me, but I understand your point. Yellow plus gray is always going to look green to most humans. Exactly. It's just not going to work. You're going to pretty much almost exclude one color from the color wheel. So in realism, lifelike stuff isn't as saturated as a lot of the color pencil sets focus on. Having more grays is probably nice for people who focus on that style. Yeah, I get it. You know, you mix the gray and absolutely agree. Although, if you're mixing anyway, then if you have your primaries, you can pretty much mix, you know, anything. But I really like even the first. Now we have 72 Derwent drawing pencils. But initially that was also 24 set and it was very muted colors. And I liked it for that reason. Like it was fantastic for doing like really natural, very muted, you know. If you wanted to do a background or a nature scene, that they were absolute godsend then. And they still are. It's not like they went away. But now they have those extra kind of more vibrant colors as well, which is also fantastic. So, best of the both worlds, you know? These are fantastic pencils, but these ones I tend to use in certain books. Like here, actually they would kind of fit like tonality of this page pretty well if I want to go for it. But I find that Kerby's art has so many tiny detail that I would constantly struggle keeping the drawing pencils sharp enough to actually, you know, for example, you know, do that bit here would be a pain with the drawing pencils. It'd almost be wasteful because you need to keep sharpening off the core. Lucy, for instance, for a page I am coloring now, I use quinacridone, rose, yellow, ochre, and dioxazine violet to make the skin tone. Exactly. I would pretty much do the same thing that, you know, I just mix. my skin tones tend to be initially sometimes very bright colors. So it's one of the things I kind of try to get out there is also that you do not need to have a super comprehensive or, you know, million color set. If you know, just want to try things out, or, you know, you can't maybe afford at first, you are able to pretty much mix things up and, you know, create colors you need with not a very huge amount of colors. Yes, it's convenient to have loads of colors, not arguing that point at all. And do I enjoy having loads of colors? Yes. But we should be more aware that we can pretty much mix them. And, you know, by layering and, you know, depending on what media you're using, but, you know, colors are actually not that complicated to mix if you just kind of, there's only a couple of main points, and, you know, have the color wheel in front of you if you at first are doubtful, and there's kind of like just a couple of rules, and once you kind of get more familiar, comfortable with these, you don't really need to think much to mix up things and achieve whatever kind of a tonality you want to get. ANC hand, the driven Troy pencils are amazing. The pencils I just discovered, the Posca pencils. Yeah, I want them. I can't get them. Solo, I know how to dull colors. I'm just talking about why some people would like to have duller colors. Yes, yes. And it does, yeah, it totally does make sense, because it's super easy to achieve very, very natural, very muted result with these pencils. So yeah, absolutely understood. At the end, okay, time to sleep. Bye, Annika. Bye, everyone. Keep having fun. And Annika, that page is looking truly amazing. Thank you. There's quite a bit of a difference between this and this. Oh. Anyways, I'm going to finish up soon as well, because the time it is getting away from us, and it's getting very late here. That is going to be interesting here. I'm just adding the pink everywhere just to keep it in line with what I want to do here. Okay, I put too far that pink. So I'm bringing some black up. Yes, Brittany, I know the colors can be mixed pretty much, you know, quite easily, but I do also appreciate that it does take more time. You know, if you are having to, like, especially with pencils, with watercolors or paints, it doesn't really make a huge difference. You know, it doesn't take that much longer. But with pencils, if you have to, you know, create colors by layering them, that is a bigger, much bigger time commitment and a lot more work. So I totally do understand why, you know, why it is more important in pencils to have kind of a lot of convenience colors available, because, you know, who wants to sit there and layer for ages, you know, just to get one specific tone? You can do it occasionally, but it would be nice to have a lot of tones just available without having to work for them so hard. You can still play with the unavailable colors and change their tones and their vibrancy, and achieve the colors that obviously even 120 set, it's not all the colors of the world, but you should be pretty much be able to mix or create any color that you can possibly think of. Okay, I'm putting some of the just making it a bit. The tree bark is now kind of taking shape, I think. It's pretty much mostly done. I can, of course, keep playing with it and keep massaging it for a long, long time. But at some stage, I just tell myself to stop. It's acceptable. Yeah, I think I'm at the moment anyway going to stop. I do have elements here to do, but I've done most of the page. Like I have these branches to do, and this those mossy bits or whatever, and that little owl. That won't take that long. So we actually did kind of noticeably quite a bit of work today. I kind of wait. Okay, I'm done with that. Fitted in the case. I'm going to send it back and get another. Yeah, understandable. Drawings play well. Yes, they do. But I really enjoy using them on the. I mostly tend to grab them in one specific book. For some reason, this book for me is the drawings, the German drawing book. Sorry. My voice is going as well. Sorry. Not blowing my nose. I might be getting something. Sorry, that was my nose medication. Yeah, this book, I think it has fantastic paper. You know that book, but this specific book for me is, I pretty much every time I take this book, I pull out my Derwent drawings because it's just so perfect for doing hair. I love doing hair with these pencils. It's just so easy. It almost does itself. You're not even working that hard, and the hair just comes together so easily. And all the tones, like, you can't go wrong. They have very natural tones, natural colors. So, the hair won't look weird or anything. It's just, I think it comes out so well here. Posca pencils are very similar to Derwent drawing, but the colors are brighter. They have been a real pleasant surprise. Night, ANC hand. Oh, thank you. Slaughter of pencils. Oh my god, I broke smoke. Nessa, I'm really happy with my Hannah Carson page. I finished today. Good feeling. That is fantastic. I know the feel. Like, oh, if you happen to be just really happy with something you finish, it's lovely. Oh, and yeah, basically everything I've done here, not like specifically animals, I just do always here with, maybe because they are drawn kind of in realistic manner, and therefore I feel a need to kind of at least, not go like super realistic and super detailed with hair, but at least, realism adjacent. So I tend to always pick up the different drawings for the dogs themselves. I can use anything else. Like, I've used combination of pencils here. It's not just drawings, but the drawings are definitely on the dog. And here as well, like, there's combination, there's light fasts definitely in the Oh, this is actually, I'm pretty sure it was, part of it was graphite. These stones, and then there's light fasts all around here. And I don't remember, I might have done actually the dog here with light fasts as well. Not quite sure. Yeah, I love working in this book anyway. It's a fantastic book. I want to do another page there soon. The dog is fabulous. Thank you. Yeah, I love that book. It's just, and somehow it's so easy to color that. It's very enjoyable. You're petrified in working that to work that book. Just take. It takes everything, that book. That's the beauty of it. Oh, I base things in watercolor or whatever comes into my head or hand. I just base stuff and then go on top with pencils, and it just comes together pretty much on its own. Such a nice book. Yes, I remember this owl page forever. So unique. Yeah. I might add, maybe, I don't know if I'm going to add a more kind of a little bit of a detail or highlight when it's finished. I decided when it's finished. And as I said, there's not too much finish here, to finish here, but yeah, it's going to be fun. And at least, it's not exactly the same as everybody else's old page, because there's so many versions of this page, I think. That's my problem with this book, that everybody has done so many versions of, and fantastic, amazing, breathtaking versions of this book all over the place. I might do that page, at least part of it, with drawing pencils. I might, the grass definitely not, and possibly not, I might do the tree trunks, but I definitely would like to kind of try some elements of the elephant to do them with the drawing pencils, because I think it would work really nicely here. Off to bed. Okay, good night, people. I'm going to bed now as well. Oh, thank you, Wendy. Night to you all, okay? What book is that? You mean that book? Is that book you were talking about? That's all about the dog. And the artist is Martin Berry, who, to my knowledge, has only ever done one coloring book. At least I don't know anything else. But the paper is fantastic, the art is fantastic, and the book is fantastic, and it's a joy to color. So that. Okay. Yeah, now people, have a good rest, be happy, be healthy, have loads of creative time, or if you don't have creative time, take some creative time. Enjoy yourselves, be good, and be safe, okay? Big virtual hugs to everybody, and thank you all for joining me. We had great time, as always. Really boosted me tonight. I'm actually, I felt, during the stream better than I did before the stream, because it distracted me. So thank you very much, people. And big hug. And bye-bye.